Chair, we are streaming.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this meeting of the Historic Districts Review Board. Today, we are June 11th, 2024. May we have a roll call, please? And would you introduce yourself? I don't believe I know you.
Hello, my name is Xavier Vigil. I'm the Committee on Contracts Coordinator for the City Clerk's Office, and I'll be taking care of the swearing in tonight.
Oh, thank you, Xavier. So are you doing the roll call?
No.
Okay. Madam Chair Rios,
Here,
Vice Chair Guida,
excused.
Member Aguilar Madrano.
Here.
Member Benvenu.
Here.
Member Matters. Mather.
If she's excused.
Member Bichai.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Any changes to this evening's agenda? Anyone on staff?
Yes, Madam Chair. Item F, 2024-008259 HDRB 697 Gonzalez Road, postponed to June 25th.
Anything else? Right. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda as just amended?
Move to approve as amended.
Aguilar Madrano seconds.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Aguilar Madrano,
Yes.
Member Benvenu, and Member Bichai.
Yes.
Has been approved.
Thank you. We do not have minutes on this agenda, but we do have findings of fact and conclusions of law. Oh, did I do the roll call? Yes, we did. Never mind.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
before you approve the findings of fact conclusions of law, item H, which is 1072 Camino San Acacio, that was actually heard by the board on April 9th. It's listed, it's April 29th. There was no meeting.
Oh, okay.
It was heard on the 9th.
Okay, got you. Thank you. So we have three findings and conclusions that were heard on March 26, 2024. Changes to any of these? No changes? I will entertain a motion, please.
Aguilar Madrano moves to approve the findings of fact and conclusions of law for items A through C dated March 26, 2024.
Bichai seconds.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Aguilar Madrano,
Yes.
Member Benvenu, Member Bichai.
Yes.
Has
We
been
have,
approved.
5 facts and conclusions under that were heard on April the 9th, 2024. Changes to any of these? No changes, and I will entertain a motion, please.
Bichai moves to approve the findings of fact and conclusions of law for the cases heard on April 9th, items D through H.
Aguilar Madrano seconds.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Aguilar Madrano,
Yes.
Member Benvenu, Member Bichai.
Yes.
Has been approved.
Thank you. Matters from the public. Anyone in this room wishing to come to the podium and speak, not in reference to any of the cases that we're hearing this evening? That'll happen later. Please come to the podium if it's a matter that is on your mind and not in reference to a case this evening.
In our neighborhood off Garcia Street, until a couple of days ago, there was an announcement.
And sir, please speak right into that mic.
Oh,
that-
can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. We live off Garcia Street, and until a couple of days ago, there'd been a sign on one of our neighbors' houses that they would be on the agenda tonight. They were requesting a reassignment of their designation. We haven't been to these meetings for years and years, but we were interested in that. And then the sign disappeared, I think, 48 hours ago, and I see it's not on the agenda. So I think my question is, can a property with a historic designation have its designation changed without it being at a public hearing? Or can we be assured that we'll know if it's coming up for reassignment?
Yes, it has to be noticed and the sign has to go up. And that sign is there so that anyone such as yourself will be notified that a hearing will take place and the information will be on that sign as to the date of the hearing and the type of hearing.
Thank you.
Oh, you're most welcome.
And Madam Chair? I
Yes.
didn't catch this gentleman's name, and I was wondering if he could state his name.
Yes, my name's Gordon Davis.
Gordon Davis, then.
I live on Johnson Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Anyone else in this audience wishing to come to the podium? No, is anyone else anyone on Zoom? No one on Zoom. Do we have anything under staff communications this evening?
Do. Gary wants to introduce them, but we have some amazing activities that are happening through the cooperation of the city and the state. I'd like to introduce Maria Tucker so that she can let you know about a special project.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Maria Sanchez Tucker, and I'm the Community Services Director for the City of Santa Fe. And I'm here tonight to introduce Betty Downs, the Chair of the New Mexico Women's Historic Marker Committee, and to provide some information about a cooperative agreement with the city, the state of New Mexico, the New Mexico DOT, and the Women's Historic Marker Committee. To highlight and recognize women of historical significance in the city of Santa Fe. So I'd like to ask Betty to come forward and to just provide an update on this wonderful project that's in store. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. My name is Betty Downs, and I'm here today with my colleague, Nicole Rasmussen of Artisan Minds, and our program manager in the audience, Chris Pedersen, who put those beautiful packets together for you this evening. We are members of the International Women's Forum of New Mexico. It's an international membership organization of women leaders across the U.S. and 32 countries. The International Women's Forum of New Mexico founded the New Mexico Historic Women Markers Program, which was launched in 2006. I want to thank you for the opportunity to give you a very brief introduction to the program. And I'm just going to quickly highlight what you have in front of me because it represents our collaboration with at least two other state entities who've done some beautiful marketing for us. You'll see a 16-page pullout that appeared in the New Mexico magazine highlighting 25 of the members of the women who are celebrated on the markers throughout the state. If you open up and kind of go through it, that's the next one I'm going to speak to. But if you open that 16-page, you'll see a map, and it'll show where all of the markers are located, and there's a kind of a guide to who they are. What you just held up was the El Palacio magazine of the Department of Cultural Affairs, who has showcased the program, run a beautiful 10-page article on these markers in the state, and quarterly we have some ads in their magazine. I believe Chris gave you a business card, and I'm highlighting it because she was creative enough of every card is different. It shows a picture of a different woman on the markers. Another way that we are just trying to show how many independent, powerful, contributing women there were in our history. Every time we talk about it, I get proud on behalf of us all in New Mexico. There's a one-pager that quickly does a lot of our accomplishments that you can see the kinds of things we've been doing over particularly the last 2 years. There's a single page that lists 18 women who are celebrated in Santa Fe City and County. We really hold quite an amazing among historic women in this area, and we're proud to be here to be celebrating with the city and highlighting 3 particular ones that are the latest in needing to be installed. Finally, I just proudly want to draw attention to an award we received last month from the Cultural Properties Review Committee, which is part of the Historic Division of Cultural Affairs. And they honored us as a heritage organization for our work in establishing a statewide program. And you're going to hear a little bit of a couple more components in a minute. I just wanted to give you a couple sentences of background. The program began when some of our members noticed that across the 500 well-known roadside markers created by DCA in the 1930s, none were dedicated to a woman. Fast forward in 2024 now, there are 100 markers celebrating 120 women, including the 3 you'll hear a little bit more about tonight. They were nominated from their local communities and counties, municipalities, pueblos, tribes, and Navajo Nation. And there was a committee of historians and municipal reps and local reps who made that early selections of those. So it wasn't a top-down experience. It really grew organically from around our state. I want to hand this over to my colleague, Nicole. She's going to describe briefly 2 of our components of this program and then highlight the 3 women we're celebrating right now.
Good evening, and I also want to add on, we have 1 woman in each county in New Mexico. It's pretty amazing. So my name is Nicole Rasmussen, and I'm one of the 6 women who are part of the Historic Marker Steering Committee members. It's an honor to be here to briefly speak of our educational outreach program and our website. So we are very, very proud of having developed a curriculum spanning from kindergarten to 12th grade that uses our website to educate, inspire, and empower the students throughout New Mexico. So education is one of our main focuses, and we are currently working on teacher preparation and teaching them how they can use our curriculum in their classrooms, again, spanning from kindergarten to 12th grade of high school. So if you go to our website, which is nmhistoricwomen.org, and as Betty mentioned, on the back of the business card, you'll have a QR code that will take you there. So I'm asking you, please help spread the word of this incredible free curriculum and materials so we can continue to celebrate the trailblazing women of our past. So in addition, like Betty mentioned, our most recent historic marker installation honored Soledad Chavez de Chacon last month on May 20th. And in your packet, you will see all the amazing accomplishments of her work. I also want to bring up, we're very thrilled. We're having another marker celebration that Betty mentioned on June 24th, 2024 on Santa Fe River. And we're going to put up 3 markers of 3 extraordinary women. And I'm just going to give you a very brief overview of the first woman. You can read more about her on our website. And this is Dorothy McKibben. Oh, this is Myra Ellens. She was a historian and activist. And Dr. Myla Jenkins played a pivotal role in developing New Mexico's modern history preservation movement. An original member of the Cultural Properties Review Committee, the body that approves the historical markers, she also became the state historian in 1967. Only a few of her remarkable achievements. Then I'm going to quickly just talk about Dorothy McKibben. So in 1943, J. Robert Oppenheimer, we all know about him, he handpicked Dorothy McKibben, Smith College graduate, to run a liaison office for the Manhattan Project. If you've seen the movie, she was called the gatekeeper of Los Alamos, and which is obviously now Los Alamos. McKibben also provided social support for the Manhattan Project community. And she was entrusted with a top secret badge where she helped manage communication between scientists and the outside world during the World War II. I'm going to hand it back to my fellow Betty.
That we'll be celebrating goes back several hundred years, and this is Doña Teresa de Aguilera y Roche. And she was an aristocrat and educated women in the 17th century in New Mexico, and her husband, Governor Bernardo Lopez de Mendizábal, exhibited an elite lifestyle rarely seen in the remote colonies. As governor, Don Bernardo ran afoul of influential settlers and the Franciscan clergy. Both Doña Teresa and Don Bernardo were accused of heresy, sorcery, and Judaism, secretly practicing Judaism under the guise of Catholicism. In October of 1662, they were taken to Mexico City to face the Holy Office of the Inquisition. Don Bernardo died in prison, but Doña Teresa meticulously spoke 4 languages, repudiated the charges made against her, and the case was suspended in December of 64. Her case offers insight into the social, political, religious strife in colonial New Mexico on the eve of the 1680 Pueblo revolt. In closing, just want to thank you for the time. As Nicole already said, we will share with you and make sure you get a copy of the invitation and the program. It will be located in the Supreme Court Law Library. The Chief Justice will be welcome, and your mayor, our mayor, will be doing a proclamation, and several of your council women will be participating. And we're very excited to pay tribute and further bring to Santa Fe, everyone who comes to Santa Fe, more evidence of the power of women in our state. And Chris has something she needs to give you.
A quick reminder, so it's June 24th between 10 and 12. We're going to create a walkway honoring historic women in downtown Santa Fe. Look forward to seeing you.
This is not a bribe, but one of our members is a chocolatier on her own rights. And anytime that we are in front of people who support this effort, we just have a way of saying thank you.
I just want to say it's all volunteer from the beginning to the end by women. So we really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you all for your wonderful presentation. Did you have something further?
Thank you so much for letting us be here tonight, and we hope to see you at the ribbon cutting. Thank you.
As we all know, sometimes we women are in the shadows. We have been in the shadows of you men, but if you look at this board, 1, 2, 3, 4. So, and people that are trailblazers, accomplishers, and should be recognized. And I'm very happy that you're doing that. If other board members have a comment, please speak up. Okay, I would like the record to show that Member Mather is here now. So we will move on. Anything else under staff communications? Heather.
Yes, Chair Rios. One other comment is that a lot of these women also had a large role in our historic districts. And the reason we found out about this is we were coordinating regarding the archaeology and potential siting of these signs along the Santa Fe River. And Paul Duran really helped to vet that. And it's a very sensitive approach and provides good education on not only Santa Fe, but the people within Santa Fe. So that's important. So the last announcement that I have is with reference to the state local government historic board. It's scheduled for Wednesday, June 26th in room 321 of the state capitol building. And it will be from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. Just so that everybody knows the composition of the committee. One member who's appointed by the Capitol Buildings Planning Commission is Senator Peter Worth. One member appointed by the Cultural Properties Review Committee is Francisco Ubiña. The State Historic Preservation Officer, Michelle Enzi. One member appointed by the agency within the area zone and historic district or landmark is Jennifer Beachside. One member that is concerned with historic preservation is Mr. John Eddy. And then the appointees by the state, with the exception of one that was appointed together by the state and Chair Rios, is Ana Silva with the General Services Department. City Council appointee, the governing body appointed Chair Cecilia Rios. And the third member is Bonifacio Armijo, who used to be on this board as well as the Planning Commission. So just remember Wednesday, June 26th. If anybody wants to participate or make comment, it's in room 321 of the State Capitol building from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. And that is all.
Thank you very much. Attorney Rubalit, do we have any appeals that are pending before the city council?
Chair Rios, I would have to ask about that. I do recall that there was an appeal petition filed, but I don't know what land use director Jason Fluke decided about its timeliness. Well, now I understand that the land use director was going to confer with me, and I don't think we've arrived at a decision yet.
Thank you.
But there aren't any on any governing.
And we will move on to old business, but prior to moving on to old business, I do have to let you know that talking about appeals, if you disagree with the decision that this board renders this evening, you do have the option to appeal, and you would appeal to the city council, and you would do that after the findings of fact and conclusions of law have been adopted and approved. And you have 15 days after that. Also, if you are a person from the public that is going to speak this evening, I will limit your speaking to 2 minutes. So please have your thoughts together. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot of cases this evening. So I need everybody's cooperation so we can move smoothly through this process. So the first case this evening is Lanny's, and it's located at 803 Agua Fria. Is that applicant here? The applicants are here. Lanny, may we hear from you?
Phone wasn't on. This is case 2024-7838 HDRB for 803 Agua Fria Street for fencing and a pergola. 803 Agua Fria is located at the corner of Agua Fria Street and Irvine and has a third street frontage at Cleveland. The property at 803 Agua Fria Street is a single-family residence listed as significant to the West Side Guadalupe Historic District and is listed on the New Mexico State Register of Historic Places. There is a contributing garage also located on the property. Currently, the fencing on the property consists of a 36-inch high wire fence along the driveway, a 60-inch high wire fence between the house and the garage unit on the north side of the property, and a varying 72 to 80-inch coyote fence on the western lot line, which is shared with the only abutting property. The owner was issued a notice of violation for constructing a 6-foot high coyote fence along the property line on the north along Agua Fria, which replaced a mix of wire and wood fence that was about 60 inches in height. The latillas of the coyote fence are currently to the interior of the fence, which does not meet the underlying zoning code requirement that the framework needs to be to the interior of the property. The applicant came before the board on February 27th, 2024, with the initial request for fencing and a pergola. The case was postponed for additional information regarding the pergola and a redesign of the fences and gates that would take into consideration the lower yard wall and fence types of the neighborhood and is more sensitive to the significant house. In response to this postponement, the applicant has lowered the fences along Irvine and Cleveland streets, added pilasters to the fence design, and will relocate the latillas to the exterior of the framework as required. The vehicle gate is redesigned to include some fenestration, and the pergola design is presented with elevation drawings and redesigned with smaller columns, posts, and vigas. So they're proposing to construct coyote fencing to 72 inches in height along Agua Fria Street, where the maximum allowable height is 55 inches. The framework will be to the interior of the property as required, and stucco pilasters will break up the line of the fencing. An exception to 14-5.2D9 for exceeding the maximum allowable height is requested. We're going to install a 6-foot-high Latia pedestrian gate in the fence along Agua Fria next to the residence, and construct a coyote fence to 54 inches in height along Irvine, where the maximum allowable height is 58 inches. Again, the framework will be to the interior of the property as required. We'll install a 54-inch high Latia pedestrian gate on Irvine between the fencing and the residence, and construct a coyote fence to 54 inches in height along Cleveland, where the maximum allowable height is 54 inches. The framework will also be to the interior of the property as required. We'll also be installing two 54-inch high pedestrian gates on Cleveland. One iron gate will be located at the property line by the vehicle gate, and one will be an interior Latia gate leading from the carport to the front courtyard. Install an iron sliding vehicle gate at a height of 54 inches at the entrance to the existing carport on the north of the property. We'll be installing a 6-foot-high Latia pedestrian gate on Cleveland on the east at the south end, approximately 30 feet from the street of the existing shed, where there's currently a wire gate, and install a 6-foot-high Latia swing-out vehicle gate at the inside of the drive to the west of the garage unit at the south end, also approximately 30 feet from the street. And lastly, they're going to construct a 280 square foot freestanding pergola to a height of 10 feet. The pergola will be roofed with vigas and stained with a natural wood tone. They did provide us with an alternative design to the pergola. It has a rock at the base of the columns. The applicant would like to know the preference of the board regarding the design element of the pergola. The image here is option B for the pergola design, and they would like to know what fits this residence the best. They will also be installing a 54 square foot garden shed to a height of 7 feet. The shed will have a shed roof and will be located just inside the swinging vehicle gate. Staff does not find that all of the exception criteria have been met, but the board may find that they have upon further testimony. Otherwise, staff recommends approval of the application as it complies with 14-5.2D, general standards for all H districts, and 5.2D for West Side Guadalupe. Sorry, I put the wrong code in the staff report. I apologize. And I stand for questions.
Lanny, could you please tell us which criteria you feel have not been met and why?
I don't recall.
You don't have your report in front of you? You might take a little time to look at it, and then we'll get back to that. So Lanny, this portion that we are seeing this evening, that was already built, but this is on the Agua Fria side.
Yes,
Well,
the Agua Fria.
all of that will remain at 6 feet, but now it will have pilasters.
Yes.
No questions? Member Benvenu?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, so Lanny, I think that if I read your staff report correctly, you agreed with most of the exception criteria having been met, but the one exception was whether it strengthens the unique heterogeneous character of the city by providing a full range of design options. And you said staff disagrees that coyote fencing is consistent with character of the neighborhood. But I was confused by that because I don't think that that's really the issue as to whether or not it's coyote fencing, it's whether or not it's 6 feet high.
I think it's both. The the street, especially along Irvine and Agua Fria, tends to be lower yard walls and rock walls, so there's not a whole lot of coyote fences along there in what constitutes as their neighborhood.
Okay, that may be true, but that doesn't seem, they wouldn't need an exception for a coyote fence if it met the height requirement, right? The only reason they're needing an exception is because the height is the way I understand that.
Correct, but
the way
the
it's
height
being-
is the reason for the exception.
Okay. Yes, Heather.
Yeah, Chair Rios, Member Bienvenu, the concern I think really is more along Cleveland and Irvine in that streetscape is more predominantly low yard walls. This coyote fence is higher along that front facade, the bungalow style building is just a different building vocabulary. I think the last time we heard this hearing or heard this case, there was less concern with Agua Fria, but certainly that is up to the judgment of the board as to whether that's.
Yeah, I think there was actually quite a bit of concern about Agua Fria, both the height and the coyote fencing. But we did give some design options to the applicant that would include the possibility of it being in coyote fencing, and I think they took those into account. Pilasters was one specific proposal that we said could help solve the problem. But I think there actually was concern about that. But at any rate, now it seems to me that it's being presented with a modified design where the issue is not really whether it's coyote fencing any longer, but whether it meets whether exception criteria have been met to grant this height, extra 1.5 feet roughly in height. I guess just to tip my hand, I'm given the pilasters, which we had proposed being incorporated into the design, I'm much more inclined now to think that the height criteria have been met. I would want to see the height of the coyote fencing to be staggered and potentially even as much as 4 to 6 inches between the height of the highest latias and the lowest latias. And I think that would also help prevent it being a fortress-like appearance along that stretch of Agua Fria. And I think that's consistent with the design that looks like it was being presented. So with those and with the other modifications, I'm personally satisfied that the criteria, I believe, have been met. I guess the other question I had in the application for you, for staff, is I actually prefer the River Rock foundation for the pergola posts, just because I think it really picks up the unique design of this particular property. And there was an indication in the packet or in the submission that maybe there was a communication that the board didn't like River Rock. And I'd be concerned about that because I think the River Rock is quite consistent with the historical character in many parts of our historic districts. So if you could just elaborate on whether or not there was any discussion about that, because there may be confusion about the board's desires.
I think there was a misunderstanding of what it was exactly that you guys were looking for as far as rock goes.
Okay, so it wasn't a general thought of that the board doesn't like River Rock. It was more of whether in this particular pergola, rock would be an appropriate solution. Okay, good. I just wanted to make clear that the board is not, in my view, averse to River Rock as an element in design, depending, of course, on the specifics. That's all I have for now. Thanks.
Any of the board members have questions or clarification questions? Member Attorney Rubeli?
Madam Chair, I think perhaps the subsection of the code that McCully is referring to is found at 14-5.2 D9 C, little Roman numeral 2, capital letter C, which reads yard walls and fences shall be limited to a height that does not exceed the average height of other yard walls and fences in the streetscape. Is that what you were referring to? Yes. Requires a height exception, C5C.
Thank you. Applicant or yes, Member Beachside.
All right, just looking at the minutes from, thank you, Madam Chair. I was looking at the minutes from last time because I do remember the conversation being quite different on Agua Fria versus Cleveland and Irvine Street. And we did provide some suggestions that a stucco wall or even a rock wall would have been more in keeping on the Cleveland side of things. And we suggested in the motion that those walls be significantly shorter than 6 feet. It looks like they're about a foot shorter. But we did, I guess maybe is it staff's opinion that the applicant just prefers the coyote fencing, and that's why we're seeing that rather than something that staff would have thought would be more harmonious on that side of the neighborhood.
I think they're trying to be consistent, with the same fencing around the entire property.
Okay, thank you.
Member Aguilar Madrona.
Madam Chair, I have a question for staff. So just taking the Agua Fria fence, for instance, even if we have, a relief between the cedar posts of a couple inches, the pilasters generally read as the same height as the coyote fence. So wouldn't we be running into the issue of having a single continuous plane longer than, is it 50 feet?
Yes, 50 feet.
Okay, so that's one issue I see with the design as submitted. I recall that some of my comments were the significantly shorter wall along Irving and Cleveland and hoping to see that in River Rock to complement the house. And I recall my comment being that if we saw a change like that along those two streets, then I could perhaps compromise on the coyote fence and the height along Agua Fria. I don't think that the coyote fence is harmonious with the streetscape. I guess I would also wonder if that could be considered a style exception. So as it's submitted today, I would not be in favor of the application.
Applicant or applicants, would you please come to the podium and get sworn in?
Please raise your right hand and state your name and address for the record.
Laurie Rainey, 803 Agua Fria.
Sorry, can you repeat your name?
Laurie Rainey.
You solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Ms. Rainey is sworn in, Madam Chair.
Tom Curtis, 803 Agua Fria Street.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Applicant is sworn in, Madam Chair.
Good evening, and you have the floor. Tell us what you want about this project.
Regarding the fencing around, oh, thank you. Regarding the fencing, the latest comments around Irvine and Cleveland, we did think some consistency in the style of fencing was worthwhile. The continuous line of sight, I guess, height issue, I think what was said before about staggering the tias was our intent, and that was reflected, I think, in our drawings. Stone wall and or a stucco wall, we think would be lovely, but would be probably cost prohibitive, at least right now for us. So that's a factor in our decision to go with the coyote fence. The pilasters are relatively expensive too. And so we've added, I think, 10 of those, which adds quite a lot to the cost. We are anticipating some additional maintenance issues. When we bought the house, the roof was old and potentially needing replacement soon. So we're looking forward to some additional expenses, and so we're a little sensitive to those issues. we'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Can you tell us why you are requesting the 6-foot fence on Awafia? Why it is important to you?
Yeah, as we mentioned in our last meeting, those are bedroom windows that face Agua Fria. We've had intruders at our bedroom windows, and so we're pretty sensitive to the security issues along Agua Fria. And so our preference is to have a higher fence for security reasons. And, you know, the traffic is much heavier on Agua Fria, so noise and light and everything is, I think a higher fence would benefit quality of life issues for us.
Board members, do you have questions or comments? Member Aguilar Madrano.
Chair, I was just referencing the code, one of the last points you brought up. So the difference in the tops of the cedar posts being a couple inches won't be enough to meet the criteria of a plane not being consistent for more than 50 feet long. The code states that the difference has to be a minimum of 12-inch difference. So if this were to be approved tonight, at some point, it would need to step down a foot. Or I don't know the total length of this fence, but if it went another 50 foot, it'd have to step down an additional 12 inches.
We were cognizant of the 50-foot issue, and there is no stretch of fence that is longer than 50 feet between pilasters. So we thought we were compliant.
Okay, the way the drawings read is that the top of the pilasters is consistent with the top of the cedar post. So I think even though you have pilasters, it's still reading as that same continuous plane beyond the 50 feet. Sir.
You can stipulate what you want. We tried to draw what you want.
Member Beachhead.
Just along those lines, I think if the pilasters themselves were a foot less than the coyote fencing, that would address the issue. So the pilasters would be 5 feet tall and the latias would be 6.
Okay.
Benvenu?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we're kind of getting into interpretation of the fence and wall guidelines. Is that what you're referring to? The wall and fence guidelines or something in the code? In the code? Well, I'm looking at the guidelines and I think that everything that you've said is exceptionally well taken in terms of really benefiting your project. But I'm just wanted to point out that the guidelines say the fences with fenestration such as coyote fences may continue in an unrestricted plane indefinitely. I don't think that exactly applies here, but I still think that that's a perfectly legitimate compromise to address all the concerns that were expressed at the last meeting. From a design perspective, though, do the other board members think that it would look normal to have pilasters a foot lower than the latias? I've never seen that before. I mean, I think normally the pilasters are the highest point of the latias, and then they stagger below that. So if we were going to condition it on a 5-foot high pilaster, that might be also the highest latia. Just for consideration.
Comments at this time? Anyone in this audience wishing to comment on this particular case? If so, please come forward. No, you cannot speak from, if you want to speak, sir, you are welcome to, but you would have to come to the podium. Sir, you would have to come to the podium and get sworn in, which is fine. You need to state your name and your address.
Oh.
Richard Woodruff.
Please raise your right hand. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Yes.
And speak right
It's
into
just-
that mic so we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
It's just a general comment. I'm new to Santa Fe, only been here about 12 years. We own some homes in the historic district. We love the historic district. But what I'm noticing along Agua Fria is the traffic has been really increasing, drastically so. If you consider all the condos that are now being constructed along Agua Fria in support predominantly of Los Alamos, what they're trying to do is just gain a little bit of privacy. I find it really difficult that we are being so critical of a very nice design when you have condos being built in the historic district. That's my comment.
Thank you for your comments, and we do have an ordinance that we do have to abide by.
Please raise your right hand, state your name and address for the record.
My name is John Eddy. My address is number 14 Avenida, Campo Verde.
You solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under penalties of perjury?
I do. Thank you.
Mr. Eddy is sworn in, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Madam Chair, board members, I just want to be affirmatively supportive of everything I've heard from you so far. I think you're interpreting things correctly here. I understand the difficulty of being confronted with continued development of condos in neighborhoods. I'm not a fan of that myself. I think the challenge that these folks have is the fact that when there is so much coyote fence on this property, it dominates the vibe and it becomes overwhelming. So I think the attempt of the pilasters is in the right direction. And I also think maybe another idea might be to bring up stone support under the walls on Irving and the other street, which would communicate with the walls in the neighborhood. Addition of river rock walls under the coyote fence. There's ways to do that in a very aesthetic way, and it would help tie to the house as well. I appreciate the fact that they are switching the infrastructure, steel infrastructure of the fence to the inside of the house, which really increases the aesthetic view of that property from the public, which is the purpose of that. That also provides better security. It's a lot harder to crawl over a coyote fence where the infrastructure is on the inside of the fence than it is when it's on the outside of the fence. So there is already a greater sense of security. But I do think that allowing a height on Agua Fria, though I am sympathetic with their desire for that added security and sense of security, begins, we have wall creep. We have wall creep all over the east side. We're getting wall creep on the west side as well now. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Please state your name and address for the record and raise your right hand.
Stephanie Benenato, P.O. Box 1601, Santa Fe, New Mexico. Excuse me, 87504.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury? Ms. Benenato is sworn in, Madam Chair.
I agree with much of what Mr. Eddy said. And I just happened to go by there the other day, and really the Cleveland Irvine side is very different than what the coyote fencing projects. At 6 feet, the coyote fencing on Agua Fria makes one of the best characteristics of the house, that is the rock work that supports the foundations, that you can't even see it. And I would suggest that if you're going to allow the coyote fencing, that it come down on the Agua Fria side to at least 5 feet. It is actually really, as I really agree with much of what Member Aguilar Majano said. That's really not harmonious at all. I mean, you go there, I just happened to go by again just the other day, and I was like, whoa, it just kind of jumps out at you. It's a significant house, and the characteristics that make it significant are no longer visible. And again, it's wall creep, and I understand need for security, but as John Eddy said, you can't use the infrastructure to climb over it when it's on the inside. So even at 5 feet, it's a deterrent. And it would at least just lessen the impact of the coyote fencing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in this audience wishing to speak on this project? And no one else. Is there anyone on Zoom?
No, Chair Rios.
Board members, do you have further comments or questions? If not, I will entertain a motion. And it would indicate that you be very specific with your motion. Might ask the applicant a question. Sir? No. I said I would like to ask you a question. So if you'd go to the podium. And I know you're trying to get this project through, and as all applicants do, and sometimes, unfortunately, we all have to suffer through the process. Believe me, it's happened to me, so I know what you're going through. What is the shortest that you could live with, the shortest fence that you could live with on the OFDS side? I don't know where the board is going with this, but I'm just asking.
I think that, you know, the shortest fence that we could live with. What you're asking is, let me rephrase your question. How short would the fence be for us to move to a different place? You know, if we can't be secure in our own home, we're not going to live there. So we would move someplace where we could be secure.
So are you telling me that 6 feet is it?
No, not. I think I think you can decide. I would turn it around. We want a 6-foot fence. You don't like the 6-foot fence? How high would you like it to be? If we could inch our way down, you know, 5'8", 5.5 feet, 5 feet, 4.5 feet. You know, I don't know what you want. I've told you what we want, and I think it's your turn to tell us what you want. You know, if it were 3 feet, we probably would either, instead of building any fences, we'd probably spend tens of thousands of dollars on hedges or something like that to try to mitigate that. But I think we've told you what we want, and I think you can tell us what you will approve, and then we'll make decisions from there. Isn't that fair? That seems fair to me.
That was, my question was simple, and you've answered it.
Okay.
And right now, I will entertain a motion from the board. Member Bienvenue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In case number 2024-007, 838 HDRB at 803 Agua Fria Street, I would have findings entered that the exception criteria for the height of the fence have been met on condition that the pilasters be reduced to 5 feet in height and the latillas be staggered in an irregular pattern, no higher than 5 feet, and being staggered by at least 4 feet at the lowest, 4 inches rather, lower at the lowest, at the shortest latillas. I would find that all the exception criteria have been met for the reasons set forth in the applicant's application as well as the staff report, and that the application be approved and that the pergola design with the river rocks be approved if that's the applicant's preference.
Anything further to add? Or is there a second, please?
Vijay will second. I do have a friendly amendment or maybe just a point for discussion regarding the walls on Irvine and Cleveland. I do think with this house being a significant house, that we should do everything we can to preserve, its contribution to the streetscape. On the other side, I certainly understand the need for security on Agua Fria, and it's a really unfortunate situation, but it's a real one, and I am willing to sort of forego, visibility of the house on that side for those reasons. But I think on the other side, where it's, a bit more secured by the surrounding houses, but a stucco wall that meshes with the rest of the streetscape would be preferable. And so I would suggest for consideration an amendment that those walls be stucco, and certainly can be up to the allowed height on those two streets. I think I think that the gate between the shed and the I guess it's the west corner is also 6 feet, and I think that may connect to a coyote fence that's 6 feet there, and I would be willing to allow that to be exempt from my suggestion.
I just comment on that. Part of our goal.
Sir, excuse me, we're in the middle of a motion.
Oh,
Just a
sorry.
minute. The motion? Are you agreeing with the amendments?
Well, as much as I think that's a better design solution, it's not. Yeah, I think I'm persuaded by the applicant's point of view that the cost requirement for that wall would be prohibitive, given the other changes that are being made. Is that correct?
Yes.
So for that reason, I would not accept that amendment because I think the coyote fence will be a satisfactory middle ground. Maybe this will come again on an amended motion.
Okay. Would you like to indicate in your motion that the stringers should be inside the property?
Yes, and that's consistent with the application.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I just one other point of discussion. I don't think I will support this motion, but I think just in case it does pass, I would like to suggest that the pilasters on Cleveland and Irvine be at the same intervals as proposed for Agua Fria. I think there's a one stretch that looks longer than those on Agua Fria.
That's accepted.
Anything else, Member Bichette? Is that it? Yes, sir. What do you have to tell us?
There's a long stretch along Cleveland between the pilasters. I think it's like 40. Part of the reason I didn't want to, we talked about maybe putting a pilaster, breaking that up into 2. But there are 3 really large trees there that have roots that run pretty close to the surface. And so I was trying to not run into a problem. The pilasters, are 2 feet deep, and you put concrete. So there's a lot of disruption to the soil with the pilasters. So that's sort of why that stretch is 40 feet. We can try to put a pilaster between, but I don't know what we're going to run into as far as, and I don't want to cut the large roots of the tree. So that's why there's that long stretch along Cleveland.
Thank you. Anything else, board members? If not, we have a motion and a second. We need roll call.
Member Aguilar Madrano,
No.
Member Benvenu,
Yes.
Member Mathers,
Yes.
Member Bichette.
No.
Well, when we have a tie, that means the chair has to break that tie. And this is a difficult one because you are trying to do something to continue living in your home, but the building is significant. And we on this board try to uphold the significance of that building, but I also understand that we have to continue living in the areas and trying to help our fellow citizens as best we can and still keeping the area historic. So you can see that the situation that I'm in is difficult. And in this case, I will vote on the yes side so that you can continue with your project and continue living in the area, which is one of the things really that the ordinance tells us. And we fight, I mean, look at this, we're barely on the first case. I think that this board fights very fervently to preserve the neighborhoods, and I hope that you will understand that. But I did hear you loud and clear that sometimes, you know, finances do come into play. And I think that you, as I heard you, that you're trying to do the best that you can. So good luck with your project.
Thank you. Thank you all.
The next case is located at 1525 Canyon Road. Is that applicant here? The applicant is here, and this is Lanny's case. Lanny, may we hear you?
Good evening. This is case 2024-8233 for 1525 Canyon Road for primary facade designation of a contributing residential structure and a downgrade for a contributing accessory structure.
Madam Chair, may I interrupt?
Yes, Member Benvenu.
Just realized which case we're on. I'm going to recuse. I will stay in the room.
Okay. Let the record show that Member Benvenu is recusing himself from this case, but he is allowed to stay in the room. Yes, continue, Lanny.
Thank you. 1525 Canyon Road is on the north side of Canyon Road and consists of the front portion of the lot where the house and garage are located and includes the back portion which leads to the arroyo. No structures are located to the rear of the property. The Tobias and Gumasenda Lujan House was constructed in the 1930s at 1525 Canyon Road and is a 980 square foot adobe single-family residence. The house faces southeast towards Canyon Road and is simple in its expression. Its walls are thick and without articulation. The parapet runs along the southeast elevation and turns a few feet down the east and west elevations before terminating. A heavy raised foundation runs along the perimeter of the building. The southeast elevation has a 3/4 light door and a 6/6 double hung wood sash window. It is covered with a storm unit. A heavy concrete sill terminates the opening. The long east elevation has 2 6/6 windows bookending a small single pane window, and the windows have crude concrete sills. There are square openings in the parapet serving as drains. The northwest elevation held a porch, which was enclosed after 1969. The unaffected northeast side of the elevation has an opening fitted with a 6/6 window. The northwest side has a newer wood panel door giving entry to the enclosed porch. The roof in this area is slightly lower and the walls are fenestrated with recycled windows. On the west elevation, the enclosed porch portion holds 4 repurposed 8-light sash windows arranged in a wood frame and covered with storm wind units. The corner windows hang on barrel hinges and may have once been operable. The remainder of the elevation is penetrated with 2 6/6 double hung wood sash windows. The residence is coated with cementitious stucco in a buckskin color. The garage, also referred to as a utility shed, to the northeast of the residence is 575 square feet and is constructed of adobe. The garage was constructed between 1966 and 1969 in adobe and has 2 distinct sections, though it encloses a single area. The west elevation is closest to the house and holds a small one-car garage with swinging doors made of oriented strand board. A separate wall with a wood entry door is set back approximately 9 feet from the garage opening. The north elevation has no openings, but reveals the building's 2 distinct sections. The longer section has north-south placed vigas and is topped with a flat roof. Attached to this is a lower section wrapping around the east elevation. It has a shed roof supported by east-west placed rafters. The east elevation represents the shed roof section. It has a large barn sash window near its center and an angled stovepipe at the northeast corner. The building's 2 sections become apparent in the south elevation. The Viga span room at the west has an opening containing 2 8-light wood casements. The window with its 2-inch by 4-inch mullion was likely repurposed. The shed roof portion has no openings. It is noted that on the site visit of the property, staff noticed that the garage has wood elements that are done with oriented strand board or OSB, which is not original to the structure. This includes the wood fascia and the garage doors on the northeast facade. The unaltered core of the house dates to at least 1948 as discernible in aerial photography. The only significant change is the enclosure and raising of the roof of the northwest porch in 1978. The surviving windows and doors of the other elevations are historic. The house will, while humble in its expression, communicates the vernacular form of its period and is associated with 20th century farming in the Upper Canyon area. The shed, constructed after 1966, is also vernacular, but has less substance. In some ways, its haphazard design and proximity detract from the much older house. This is the full site plan for the property. You can see that all of the structures are in the closer to Canyon Road. Floor plans for both the house and the shed. And the residence elevations showing the different windows and doors. The applicant requests primary facade designation for the contributing residential structure and requests that the contributing garage structure be downgraded to non-contributing. Staff recommends the historic status of the residential structure be maintained as contributing with the southeast facade designated as primary, noting the unique windowsill and the status of the garage structure be downgraded to non-contributing per section 14-5.2C designation of significantly contributing structures. Stand for question.
Thank you, Lanny. So the home is, I would say these 2 buildings, as you indicated, are vernacular style buildings. They're very simple buildings, but I think that the 2 buildings relate to one another in a positive way. Today on the field trip, I could almost feel the crops, you know, when you're up in that area and in that Upper Canyon Road area, you can really feel what was there in the past. And this property is not very developed. It's not developed at all. And that house is almost 100 years old. The garage building is probably almost 60 years old. And I think they relate to one another in a positive manner. And I think the garage, would you not agree that it is structurally, it looked very solid to me. Would you agree with that?
Yes, it's a very solid building.
Thank you. Those are my comments at this moment. Anybody else have any other comments or questions? None. Applicant or applicants, will you please come forward and get sworn in?
Please raise your right hand, state your name and address for the record.
My name's Michael Sandrine. I live at 320 County Road 57 in Okewinge.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do. I'm here in place of the other person that was on here, Jeff Sears. I'm helping Rachel with this project.
And do you agree or disagree with staff's recommendations?
I agree. I think that the main house, I can see the historic value. The little garage shed, even though it was built in 69, between 66, 69, I think it's been modified enough with the OSB fascia and the OSB garage doors to where I don't see that as contributing to anything.
With the garage doors that are,
That are made out of OSB, made out
right,
of wafer wood.
but they are not publicly visible.
Yeah, but the fascia is.
So that-
The fascia, I mean, it's a simple building. I think, I don't see I don't know, I think I get the house significance, but the garage, I think, is a simpler building. And I think it could be declassified. That's how I feel.
Mhm. Okay. I'm of the opposite thinking of you, of your thinking, and you are, of course, entitled to your opinion, and that's why we're here to hear you. And I just think that they relate to one another, and that's the way a lot of these buildings were in the past. And sometimes I'm going to give a for instance, you demolish the small building, the garage building, and then you add to the home. And people these days like to add a lot. They would like to go big and high. And then that just changes the feel for that area that we
Yep.
are trying to preserve.
I hear what you're saying. This lady doesn't want to do that, though. She just wants to connect the two buildings and not change any of the heights, not change any of the forms. There'd be a little connection to connect the two, but they're going to stay the same facade, basically, but to change, you know, the
Right,
fascia.
and actually tonight, we're really not supposed to delve into what's going to happen in the future because we haven't publicized that, but I appreciate your comments. Okay. Board members, any other comments? Member Aguilar Madron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with the recommendation about the south facade. I'm also inclined to designate the east facade as primary due to its public visibility and also the square cutouts in the parapet that were noted in the cultural landscape report, which do seem unique to that facade. And as of this moment, I'm also leaning towards the shed maintaining a contributing status. I've, especially being that the construction method is that it's Adobe, and greater than 50 years.
Thank you, Member Aguilar Madrono, and I'm glad you brought up the east facade because that has those windows there. It has character defining features, especially those windows are really inset. And if I recall correctly, I think the window sills are the type that are have that plastered sill. Is that correct?
Poured concrete.
Yeah, or that poured concrete. Yeah, which was very common in those days. Thank you. Any other questions? No questions. Anyone in this audience wishing to comment? And does the owner want to comment? No, not at this time. Stephanie Benanato's coming forward and she's already been sworn in.
Stephanie Benanato, I agree with the suggestion of making the east facade primary as well on the main building. And I also agree with the idea of keeping the garage as contributing, particularly because they do relate to each other and because the form is maintained and also it is material, historic material. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in this audience wishing to comment, please come forward. No one else? Anyone on Zoom?
No.
No one on Zoom. Motion, please, board members? Member Aguilar Petrona.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In case number 2024-008233 HDRB at 1525 Canyon Road, I move to maintain the status of both the house and the shed as contributing and designate the south and east facade of the home as primary.
Are you designating any primary facades for the shed?
Can we have a point of discussion on the shed?
BJ will second the motion in order to have that discussion.
Yes.
And I might just say that I think we should probably note, with respect to the main house, that we're finding the deep inset window and door on the south facade and the windows on the east facade to be character defining, along with the cutout. And with respect to the garage, I really agree with the staff recommendation to maintain that as non-contributing. So I don't have a suggestion for, like, primarily because I can't identify a primary facade with character defining features on the garage.
Lanny, can we look at the garage? May we look at the different elevations? Looking.
Did you want the elevations or did you want photos?
May we see the photos?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Okay, due to the public visibility, I'm going to also recommend the south facade of the shed be the primary facade.
Is the seconder of the motion in agreement?
Sure. I actually don't agree with that part of the motion, but I'll second it so that we can have the vote.
There's nothing further to discuss. We have a motion and a second. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Member Aguilar Madrano,
Yes.
Member Mathers,
Yes.
Member BK.
No.
Chair yes, the motion has passed.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing you in the future. I'm sure. Okay. Next case is located at 117 Quintana. Is that applicant here? Oh, the applicants are here. Lanny, that is also your case. May we hear from you?
This is case 2024-008257 for 117 Quintana Street for a status review with primary facade designation if applicable. 117 Quintana is on the east side of Quintana Street, which is located just north of West San Francisco Street. Built in the late 1930s in a vernacular Adobe style, the 1,190 square foot single-family residence at 117 Quintana Street has no status, though it is located in the West Side Guadalupe Historic District. The residence is L-shaped with a square core at the south, with small additions across the north. The evolution of the residence is unclear, but its core or footprint is evident in 1948. An addition to the northeast corner shows in 1973, and the portal, carport, and wall were constructed after 1978. On the west street facing elevation, the property houses a curved-in privacy wall, which prevents view of the home except for the carport. The wall was constructed in the early 1980s. Main entry of the home is a broad blue door adjacent to the carport. The entry doors, width and position are not typical of doors used in the late 1930s. The living area may have originally been a garage. Behind the gate of the privacy wall may have been the original portion of the home. It holds two windows which are low to the ground and have older casement windows. They're framed with casings set into the adobe. The muttons are quite narrow and simple in profile. The east elevation holds a mix of windows facing into a terracotta tile paved courtyard. The elevation starts at the south end with an altered three-quarter light wood door. The door is set deep into the wall, evoking the home's adobe construction. Adjacent is a non-historic 1/1 sash window. A change of stucco along its edges may suggest that the opening was once a different size. Moving north is a trio of 8 light wood casements with their position and casing design similar to the front elevation windows. The south elevation consists of the addition of to the original home. It has a pair of 8 light wood casements and a 1/1 window. The elevation dead ends into the west wall of the neighboring house. The north and south elevations sit close to the property line and have few openings. On the south side, an older 3/1 brings a bright light into the kitchen. The north elevation is empty except for the glass blocks in the bathroom. The west elevation, particularly at the carport, appears to have been changed since 1978. The historic integrity, including what appears to be original openings with older windows, is best expressed along the remaining west facade facing the privacy wall. While plain in articulation, the wall with its 2 sets of wood casement windows communicates the building's construction era and vernacular origin. The other elevations either have minimal or no openings or have older windows combined with newer units. Historic aerials show the original square core of the structure in 1948, with the first north addition in 1958, the second north addition in 1973, and the carport added in 1978. The yard wall shows is constructed in the early 1980s. The applicant requests that the status of the property be reviewed and primary facades be designated if applicable. Staff recommends the historic status of the residential structure be designated contributing with the unaltered west facade or facade 6 in the diagram, recommended as primary, since it holds what appears to be the original openings with old windows, and recommend the historic status of the privacy wall be designated as non-contributing due to its reconfiguration in 1985 per section 14-5.2C, designation of significant and contributing structures. Can I stand for questions?
Any questions for Lanny at this time, board members? It appears not, and applicant or applicants, please come forward.
Leslie Drobin.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly declare and affirm, oh, and please provide your address for the record as well.
This address?
Your residential address.
6150 Oneate Place, Santa Fe, 87505.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Applicant has been sworn in, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. What do you have to tell us? You agree or disagree with staff's recommendation?
I agree.
Okay, and if you have anything further to add, now is the time to do it.
Well, I'm basically applying just because I think on your tour today, you had seen the windows in the home, and that's a big problem.
As far as the primary, I guess my next step is to replace the windows.
This evening, we're just talking about status.
Just the
Okay?
status.
Yes.
right, And the primary facade.
Okay.
So
Right.
you're declaring that the primary facade, which would be the primary facade? I did not quite get
Staff recommended the west side.
the west side.
Right.
Okay.
But we shall see what the board says.
Okay.
Okay?
Fine, great.
So if you have nothing further, I will ask members of the board if they have a question for you. Any questions? No questions? Anyone in this audience wanting to comment on this particular project? No one? Anyone on Zoom?
Chair Rios.
Okay, moving right along, I will entertain a motion. Member Benvenu.
I'll make a motion,
Or-
Madam Chair. Thank
Okay.
you.
Member Bichai.
In case number 2024-008257 HDRB at 117 Quintana Street, I move to adopt staff's recommendation to designate the house as contributing with the west facade as primary and to designate the yard wall as non-contributing.
Any other seconds?
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Member Aguilar Madrano,
Yes.
Member Benvenu,
Yes.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Bichai.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you very much. Next case is located at 913 and a half Acequia Madre. And I see the applicants coming forward. This is Paul's case. Paul, we're waiting to hear from you.
Good evening, Chair Rios, members of the board. Thank you, everybody here for being here. Thank you very much. This is case number 2024-008413 HDRB 913 and a half Acequia Madre. This is for Richard Martinez, agent for Morton Phillips Trust. Request approval for the remodel of a simplified Pueblo revival style structure by increasing the height of the structure to 13 feet, where the maximum allowable height is 15 foot 3 inches. Addition of a 6-foot tall coyote fence, and update the windows, doors, and finishes. Exceptions are requested for the following 14-5.2D, 2C, and D. Additions are not permitted to primary facades and the side of the existing footprint unless the addition is set back a minimum of 10 feet from the primary facade. 14-5.2D5A1 for removal of historic windows, and 14-5.2D5A3. No existing opening shall be closed. Here we have the north facade, which is primary. This case has come before the board in November and in January for status review. It was designated as contributing to the downtown and east side historic district, with the north facade and the northeastern facade designated as primary. Here is the northeastern facade designated as primary, excluding the portal. Here we have the southern elevation and the west elevation. The board came previously before this application came previously to the board in April, and given a determination to come back for a redesign, and the applicant has so done so. Here we have a historic aerial photograph of the original footprint showing the northern and northeastern facade intact. As the development over time, we can see in the 1966 aerial photograph, the garage, and now in the 1978 aerial, the addition of the family room. So with 913 and a half Acequia Madre, looking at the proposed site plan, the applicant is looking at raising the height of the existing walls of the building, including the primary and north and northeastern facades, from 10 feet, 10 inches to 13 feet. They're looking at raising the height of the existing non-primary east wall to 13 feet, 6 inches. They're looking at remodeling the existing 1973 non-primary frame porch in front of the primary northeast facade with a Pueblo Revival style porch of the same dimensions, including a low stone wall at the east end. Here on the north elevation, the applicant is looking at closing the historical opening in the window assessment, window F. They are looking at replacing the 3 windows on the primary north facade and 2 windows on the primary northeast facade with painted wood windows with the same light pattern and remove all non-historic materials. They're also looking at removing the wooden overhang and add parapets and canales on the top of the north and south existing walls to match the Pueblo Revival style. In doing so, they're looking at raising that parapet in order to cover solar panels that they're proposing and establishing. Here on the east elevation, they're looking at adding the new porch, the new door with the divided light windows on top, and the low stone hanging wall. As you can see, the coyote fences on the north and the south along the property boundary lines. Here on the south facade, they're looking at adding a mini split, a door on that south facade, and French doors as well. On the west elevation, they're looking at adding 290 square foot Pueblo Revival style portal and a low stone wall will be added to retain the existing grade along this south elevation. Here is a roof plan of the proposed skylights and the solar system in which they're proposing on establishing on the roof structure. Here are the exterior finishes. They're looking at restuccoing the structure with El-Ray buckskin stucco, cementitious stucco. The window and door cladding will be a white color. The type of dark wood stain for the wood elements and the type of stone they're proposing for the portal and the porch. Staff recommends approval of the proposed project and finds that the application complies with section 14-5.2D, general design standards for all historic districts, and 14-5.2E, downtown and east side design standards. Staff stands for questions.
Thank you. On the north facade, the applicant is proposing to close, to stuck over a window. And that interiorly is a bedroom. Is that correct?
Chair Rios, that is correct.
And did the applicant express why they would want to stucco that? They want privacy?
Chair Rios, it's our understanding that that is what the homeowner is requesting.
Thank you. Other questions at this time, board members? Member Beachside.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Paul, I'd just like to clarify, you're recommending approval of this application, correct?
Chair Rios, Member Beachside, that is correct.
And did you disagree with some of the exception criteria?
Chair Rios, Member Beachside, that is correct.
So, does that, just trying to understand if we need to, a motion, edit your responses to make a finding that those exception criteria have been met if we want to approve this project.
Chair Rios, Member Beachside, staff finds that removing of the window would take away from that primary facade. So we request to the applicant if there is another design option. They want, however, they're moving forward with this design. And if the board finds that it meets the criteria, then that is the board's determination.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Member Benvenu?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so I guess I'm still just trying to sort that through myself, Paul. So it looks like they're requesting three three different sets of exceptions. The first one is to close the opening. In other words, that window that they want to just remove and then close off. And in that same grouping is replacement of historic windows. Is that the first set?
Chirios, member Bienvenu, that is correct.
And I'm sure this is not as hard as it should be for me to figure out, but which exactly are the historic windows that they want to replace?
Chirios, member Bienvenu, they're looking at replacing all the windows on the structure.
Okay, and which of those are historic? D, E, and G? I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I'm just trying to sort through this.
They would be B, C, D, E, F, G.
Oh, okay. And okay, so they need exception to be able to replace all of those windows?
For this, they only need the exception to close off that one window because they're not altering openings themselves. They're going to replace them in kind with 3/1 windows. So we're not requesting generally for all the replacement of the windows, only the closing of the one historic window.
Well, but I thought our code required that you can't replace historic windows on a primary facade unless it's determined that they're non-repairable.
Chirios, member Bienvenu, in the window assessment, these windows are deemed to be non-repairable.
Okay. So the reason they don't need exceptions for those windows is because of the window assessment.
Chirios, member Bienvenu, that is correct.
And the window assessment talked about the frames being non-repairable, but the sashes being repairable. But does staff consider that to mean that the windows as a whole can be replaced?
Chirios, member Bienvenu, that is correct if they replace it in kind with something similar to what is there.
Good, thank you. And then the second criteria is the height addition within 10 feet for primary facade, and the third is an addition within 10 feet of primary facade. Are those the three things that we need to find?
Chirios, member Bienvenu, that is correct.
And so when you say in your staff report that staff does not find that certain criteria have been met, specifically, I think that's with regard to the closing of the opening. Is it staff's position then that is staff recommending that the application be approved in all respects other than the closing of the opening?
Chirios, member Bienvenu, that's a great question. I am looking at recommending approval of the entire application. I do not believe that the exception criteria has been met.
But we can't approve it without finding that the exception criteria have been met. We have to have a positive finding of that in order to approve it. So how would we do that in the face of a recommendation the staff does not believe that at least one of the exception criteria have been met?
May I interrupt? The board can have a different determination than staff.
No, we do frequently, but we would have to say we disagree with staff.
Right.
Case, and I'm just trying to get a handle on what staff's actually recommending, because I think you're recommending that not to find that one of the exception criteria is met. If we accept that recommendation, then we would not be able to approve the exception
Right.
request. So there's a disconnect there in the recommendation.
I understand now.
So given all of that, would you say that actually staff is recommending that the criteria have all been met and the application should be approved?
Chirios, member Bienvenu, I would agree with what you first stated was staff does not find that all the exception criteria have been met. But if the board sees that they have, then can be approved.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Beechey.
Yeah, just to clarify, I think Paul disagreed with the hardship criteria for all three exceptions, and I think we would have to find a finding that they have been met for each one of those in order to approve.
Yes.
Chair Rios, Member Beechey, that, the way I worded that, staff does not find that there is a hardship to the applicant. Wasn't necessarily saying that they did not meet the criteria. It just is my statement of saying it's not a hardship to the applicant. If that makes sense. Where or causes an injury to the public welfare, maintaining our existing style and mitigating potential impacts to the building status through sensitive design options. I believe the applicant has provided a sensitive design option and that it's not, staff doesn't find it that there's a hardship to the public. So, but I need to work on that wording. So staff will work on that. My apologies.
Thank you, Paul. If there are no further questions, I will ask the applicant or applicants to please come forward.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Joseph Carnes, Summer Carnes and Associates, 125 Lincoln, Suite 221, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87501.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Ms. Sworn in, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chair Rios, members of the board. Just wanted to be brief and let you know, as reflected in the proposed Pueblo Revival design before you, we heard you at the last meeting in April. We appreciate the constructive input of the board, and we've done our best as a team to follow that input. In particular, we appreciate the constructive input, including recognizing the variation proposed within the allowed height that breaks up the long linear massing of the structure along the street. And I would also reiterate that the application previously and currently proposes to maintain the existing footprint. We're not proposing any expansion of the footprint. So I just wanted to reiterate from the past meeting. If you have any further questions about the exception criteria responses, I'd be happy to address them. I do note I have a staff report for another case that's being heard tonight, and there's a good staff response concerning the lack of an injury to public welfare. And it's a fairly generic response, but I think that applies here. And I'm going to make note of that for the future. But I think that's what Mr. Duran was speaking to in terms of the lack of the second criteria being satisfied due to lack of injury to the public welfare, apart from a hardship that I've addressed in the application. So if you have any further questions about the exception criteria responses, I'll be happy to address them. We appreciate staff's recommendation of approval, and we hope that you follow it tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Carnes, any questions for Mr. Carnes at this time? Member Benvenu.
Madam Chair, just a comment. So thank you for the redesign. I just think this is not only a great improvement, but as the applicant just presented, you really took into consideration all the concerns the board expressed. And I think you pretty much accomplished exactly what was being asked for. And I hope you and the owner are also pleased with the outcome, even though it's not exactly what was originally intended.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Martinez, PO Box 925, Santa Fe.
You solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Ms. Martinez is sworn in, Madam Chair.
Richard.
Good evening. Yes, we heard you and we redesigned it. As you recall, the house was made contributing not because of its vernacular style, but because of its existing footprint and its materials. And we're keeping that footprint and the materials the adobe walls intact. We have chosen Pueblo Revival style as what we're going to make this house. So bring it all together so that it's one piece. The windows are deemed by the window assessment as unrepairable, and they need to be replaced. The report says in part, windows B, C, D, E, G, and H are historic. Window E is unrestorable. The frames on window B, C, D, G, and H are severely rotted, requiring replacement of the window. This is necessary for the wall structure to be preserved. If you have any questions, please contact me. Assessment prepared by Ray Patterson. That's all the historic windows are severely rotted and are covered by metal windows, as you saw on your site visit. We're planning to replace the windows with wood windows in kind, the same window divisions in the existing openings. I'm glad that this facade is up, because the reason one of the windows is being closed is because that window is not historic. The window report that says it's a historic opening is incorrect, but it is an opening on a primary facade. So as you can see, the old pattern, and this happens all over Santa Fe, basically in every house: bedroom, bathroom, bedroom. In this house, the bathroom had another bathroom made next to it, and so the back bedroom was made half its size, or close to half its size, and we're restoring it back so we're only one bathroom would be between the two bedrooms, and that shows in our proposed site plan. So it's not arbitrary that we're removing that window. It's because it was a bathroom window and it's now part of the bedroom, and it takes it back to the way that it was originally. Bedroom, bathroom, bedroom, not bedroom, bathroom, bathroom, bedroom, half a bedroom. So that's why we're taking that bathroom away, that window away, and replacing it. It's not historic, but it is an opening on a primary facade, and it requires an exception to do that. The other thing that we're doing is that we're making the parapet taller around the house. And there's two reasons for that. You know, the house right now has basically no parapets. It has bumps next to the roof. You see that in a lot of old houses where the parapets are just really, they're just really bumps that are that follow along the roof, and they don't allow for a very nice edging of the roof against the stucco of the house. So the roof also, because we have a new code in Santa Fe this year that requires that the roof have insulation equaling I think it's R63 right now, and it used to be R48, and so that requires that the roof is going to be thicker, that there's going to be some foam sprayed on top of the roof. So that's going to require thicker, taller parapets in itself. And then we also have some skylights on top of the roof and some solar panels. And so those need to be behind a parapet. And I think what we've come up with is a very nice solution, because we're doing the same sort of composition of higher volumes of the house, but it's encompassing all of the historic house, the great room that was added later, and the garage, which was also in a different material. It's CMU, and so all that comes together, I think, very nicely in this elevation. The third exception that is required is because some of the elements that we're repairing are within 10 feet of the primary facade, and that's just the way it is. We're not adding anything. We're just taking elements like the front porch hall and putting it in a style that fits with the rest of the house and assures that it's going to be around for another 100 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. So I think that you will answer yes to this. So both the solar panels and the skylights will not be visible.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Anyone in this audience wishing to comment on this particular project, come forward.
Stephanie Benanato. Now that I understand about that window, I find it less problematic to close it up. And I do appreciate that even though they're adding on to a primary facade by raising the parapets, it allows, first of all, they're not going anywhere close to the absolute height they could, but it allows them to have solar and to operate the new heating system with solar as opposed to having a large energy bill, which again, I think it could be a hardship depending on how big the bill is and how much your income is. But it also, I think, promotes the city's wanting to have solar and green energy. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in this audience wishing to comment? Anyone on Zoom?
Chair Rios, no one has their hand raised.
I will entertain a motion, but before I do, Richard and owners, I wanted to thank you also and tell this audience that sometimes projects come before this board and we on this board have to work with the applicants to try to make the best project possible. And sometimes, you know, you have to go through those hoops and loops and all that stuff. But we really try hard to work with the applicants. I think Richard knows that. He's been coming before the board for a long time. And I think that
Over 30 years.
yeah, I've known you for 30 years. And also, I just have to give a little thumbs up to the board. You know, we are volunteers. And like this evening, we had 12 cases. 2 were taken off the board, off of the agenda. But we are here and you can hear this applicants. We've got a lot of reading to do prior to the meeting and we really do our homework. And so I know that oftentimes people have to, when they come before the board, they're kind of shaking in their shoes and in a way I don't blame them, you know, it's that obstacle. But if you work with us, I mean, you are our fellow citizens. We try to work with you. Right, Richard?
Yes.
Okay, with that being said, I'm going to entertain a motion. Member Benvenue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to make a motion in this case. And it will be for approval and that the exception criteria have been met. But before I do so, I just want to make a comment that I brought this up on a number of occasions, but I don't think I've made any progress on this. And I might just direct this to city attorney to come back to us with an answer down the road. But the second exception criteria states that the request is made because whatever is being asked for is required to prevent hardship to the applicant or an injury to the public welfare. And in my opinions, we receive reports that consistently misinterpret that to say something very different, which is that it's required to prevent hardship to the applicant or would, should be denied if it would cause an injury to public welfare, which is not what it says. That's actually just would be redundant of the first exception criteria, which is do not damage the character of the district. So instead of saying in response to the exception criteria, well, it's either is or isn't required to prevent hardship to the applicant, or it does or does not cause injury to the public. The question is whether it's required to prevent injury to the public. Is my point clear on that? Because I don't think I've ever made myself understood that we consistently have that provision being misinterpreted. And what the reports always say is this exception criteria is satisfied because it doesn't cause an injury to the public welfare, which is certainly not what this provision says. And I'm not necessarily putting you on the spot right now because I don't think we need to reach it in this case. But I would like to get some consensus from the attorney on the interpretation of this provision so that we have a mutual understanding of what the requirement is, and so that the applicant also knows what it is they're expected to put forth in order to satisfy the criteria.
Madam Chair and Member Bienvenu, I agree with your reading. I'm looking at the code here and it does read under C5B, little Roman numeral 2, are required to prevent a hardship to the applicant or an injury to the public welfare.
Right, that means it's required either
Right,
prevent
either
an
or.
injury to the
Right.
applicant or to the public. That's very different than saying, oh, it's satisfied because it doesn't hurt the public. Am I, I've said that many times, but I'm not sure if anyone's ever, am I not making that understood?
Okay,
Difference
so,
between
so
those
as
two
I
things?
understand what you're saying, that exception criteria can be fulfilled if the board finds that the exception is required to prevent a hardship to the applicant, or that the exception is required to prevent an injury to the public welfare. Yes, I agree
Exactly.
with that.
That's the burden on the applicant to show one of those two things. It's not our burden to show that it causes an injury to the public welfare, which is the way we consistently have it presented to us.
Well,
Okay.
we'll discuss that in a staff meeting.
Okay, I'd appreciate that, just so that we're all have a common understanding. But again, I don't think it needs to be reached in this case because I will frame it otherwise. Case number 2024-008413 HDRB 913.5 Acequia Madre. I would move that exception, or rather that findings be entered, finding that in all three exception request categories, that all three exception criteria have been met for the reasons set forth in the applicant's application, as well as staff's report, with the one except with the proviso that we do not adopt staff's recommendation that the second criteria, or the first criteria of not damaging the character of the district has not been met, but we find that it has been for the reasons set forth by the applicant. And based on those findings, that the application be approved as submitted.
Do I hear a second?
Aguilar Medrano will second.
And may we have a roll call vote, please, Gary?
Member Beechhead,
Yes.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Benvenu,
Yes.
Member Aguilar Medrano.
Yes.
Chair Rios, the motion is passed.
Thank you very much, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next case is located at 627 Camino de la Luz. And is that applicant here? Applicants. And Paul, this is also your case.
Madam Chair, members of the board, in case number 2024-008414 HDRB 627 Camino de la Luz, located in the downtown and east side historic district,
is a contributing structure. NM Land Solutions LLC and Adwelling Design, agents for Craig Hutfeld Trust and Danuta Zaluska Trust, request approval for a 1,929 square foot addition to the existing dwelling, which includes the removal of the existing carports, replacing with a freestanding two-car garage. Exceptions are requested for 14-5.2D5A1 for widening a window opening on a primary facade, 14-5.2D6 for change in style and height to the parapet, and 14-5.2D2D for increasing the footprint by 50% more than the historic footprint. So 627 Camino de la Luz is a single-family residence located in the downtown and Eastside Historic District. The original structure was built in the late 1940s into the early 1950s on a 0.65 acre lot totaling 2,073 square feet. The architectural design style of the structure is recent Santa Fe style, identified by the adobe block and viga construction material and rounded parapets with elemental fenestration. The structure has undergone several non-historic additions, including the two-car garage, utility room, living room, windows, doors, and yard wall surrounding the western side of the structure. The structure was given contributing status in 2018. Here we are reviewing the west elevation, which is the primary facade, to the original residence. Here with the yard wall and this western facade that includes the yard wall is that facade is the primary facade. The facade with the two carports extending to the north is are non-historic additions and not part of the primary facade. Here on the south elevation is also the primary facade. Here's a view of the eastern facade and the north facade. Here's a historic aerial photograph from 1958 that shows the development of the parcel. In the HCPI form done by Barton in 2018, gives a good development plan of the development of this structure throughout time. A would be the late 1940s, early 1950s development of the main contributing structure, the historic structure with the west and south facades. B is the addition in the 1970s of a family room. D and C are the additions of another bathroom, bedroom, and small extension of the carport. Here is the proposed existing site plan in which the applicant is proposing. To the north, they're looking at building a new 900-foot square car garage, detached garage on the west side of the home. They're looking at constructing a 400 square foot covered porch on the west side of the existing home between the garage and the existing home. They're constructing a 365 square foot bathroom addition on the north facade. Construct a 669 square foot porch on the east side of the existing home with wood beams, posts, and wood railing. Also construct a 495 square foot living room addition on the east side of the existing of the home, and construct a new yard wall stuck over with wood frame and a new 6 foot by 4 foot double wood gate at the west facade. Here's the proposed and existing floor plan showing the new additions on this structure. The new additions will be on the north facade with the new bedroom, a new floor plan on the east facade, the new gate and porch, and the garage on the west to the northwest. Here's the proposed garage site plan and elevations. the existing and proposed west elevation. Here they're looking at replacing all the windows with divided light windows, new doors, and the new portal. No work other than replacing the windows in kind with divided light windows from the non-historic windows on the primary facade will be done on the west primary facade. Here is the existing and proposed south elevation. On here, they're looking at widening the window on the south facade by 6 inches. And that is what the exception is requested for. Also with the addition, divided light windows that extend to the east and the porch. Here's the existing and proposed east elevation showing the new porch, the railing, divided light windows, and doors. Here's the existing and proposed north elevation where they're looking at closing off the window. And you can see the porch, the rails, and the wood elements. The exterior finishes, they're looking at restuccoing the structure with Parex exterior river rock and the windows with Anderson wood-clad windows colored lariat. Or I'm sorry, tan. It'll be a tan color. And the wood elements would be Cordovan brown. Staff recommends approval of the proposed project and finds that the application complies with section 14-5.2D, general design standards for all historic districts, and 14-5.2E, downtown and east side design standards. Staff stands for questions. Thank you.
Paul, can you indicate to us again, the increase in height is how much?
The maximum allowable height for this structure is 16 feet, 3 inches.
And how much are they wanting to increase it?
They're requesting for 15 6 inches.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is, how much of an increase is taking place?
Currently, the structure is at 14.2.
Okay. Thank you. I noticed on the field trip that, and I suppose this is one of the reasons that they want to increase, there was some kind of, I don't know if that's those piping, that piping is heating and cooling, or do you know what that is?
Rios, I believe that is their electrical conduits that go throughout the house. It could be a mixture of their heating and cooling systems. I think it's mostly their power. And the parapets are vary throughout the entire structure. And as we were on the streetscape, you can see that it kind of spider webs throughout that entire roof structure, the conduit.
And can you also tell us what the public visibility is of the proposed addition?
Chair Rios, members of the board, I don't have an answer for that. I'll let the applicant share that information.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Member Aguilar Madram.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Paul, for the presentation. Quick question. I know you're always really careful about stucco color, and this is one that I'm unfamiliar with, the river rock. And I was just curious, have you been able to see a physical sample of it, or have the applicants been able to point to a example around town that you've seen in person? My concern is that it will just read more gray than we typically like.
Chair Rios, member Aguilar Madrano, that's a great question. I have not seen a hard sample of this, but staff can request that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Chair Rios, members of the board, Staff also recommends the undulation and on the parapets currently be preserved. So if the board does move forward to approve this application, we would request that the same undulation of the character of the structure that is current stay the same. Thank you.
It kind of has some, what I would say, slight wing walls, correct?
Cheerios,
Yeah.
yes. Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And also in reference to the color, we really need to be careful about that because is this an approved color on the palette?
Cheerios, the river rock is, it looks like it's a custom color.
Okay. Because I think that we should stick more with brownish colors, earth tone, as opposed to something that's more gray. That's just my humble opinion. Okay, applicants, please come forward.
Please raise your right hand and state your name and address for the record.
Damian Gutierrez, 314 El Pueblo Road Northwest, Albuquerque, New Mexico.
You solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Yes.
He has been sworn in, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mr. Gutierrez. What do you have to tell us about this project?
Good evening, Chair Rios and members of the board. I agree with staff's decision or recommendation for approval. I would just like to add a few clarifications to the exceptions to offer you more information. Regarding the stucco color, that is a standard color by Perix. It is a lighter tan version, but that we can request a physical sample for you guys. And the colors are open to discussion still.
Thank you.
Regarding the parapet height, I have not been on the roof, but what we can see from down on the ground is mostly electrical wiring. Given the nature of construction back in the 40s and 50s, there is not much of an attic space, so rewiring homes has to kind of happen on the top. As previously mentioned in the previous case, we also fall under a new energy code, which requires more insulation value, so there will be the potential of a thicker insulation requirement on the roof. So raising the parapets would assist with that as well. And then the last clarification I'd like to make is with regards to the window in the contributing south facade. I apologize if I misinterpreted to Paul Duran, but we will not be widening the window. We would just like to raise the sill up 2 to 4 inches to allow for a kitchen countertop to be able to go completely under the window as we are relocating the kitchen at the request of the owner.
Questions for the applicant? Member Beecher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a couple of questions about the freestanding garage. I didn't see it on an elevation next to the house. Can you just tell me, is it the same height as the house, or is it lower? Is it set down lower on the site?
It may sit lower on the site, but as far as physical building height, it will match the existing building.
And so from the street, will the garage appear lower or?
By topography, yes, it'll sit a foot or two lower than the main home.
Okay, thank you. And then could you clarify what the vehicle door and the pedestrian doors are to be made of? What material?
We are offering that the garage door be wood insulated wood door painted to match the exterior doors, and all exterior doors will be wood to match the existing entry door in the contributing west facade.
And you said they'll be painted. What color is that?
That's the cordovan brown. The existing wood color is very dark, so it'll match that color, or we will repaint it all to be the same color.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all I have. Oh, sorry. And then I saw that the lariat stucco is like a white proposed for the portals.
Correct.
And is that proposed on the back of the house as well, the east side?
Yes, any portal structure that's completely under a roof will have an accent stucco color.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Gutierrez, can you tell us what the public visibility is of the addition?
So for the public visibility from the street, you will see the garage. On approach, you'll see the north and the south elevations and the west elevation of the garage. And then you'll see the new portal that takes you into the new entry. And then the visibility of the rear additions will be non-existent, as the top of those parapets will match the existing home completely.
Thank you. If there are no further questions, we'll ask if anyone in this audience wants to comment on this case, please come forward. No one? Anyone on Zoom?
Chair Rios, no one has their hand.
No one on Zoom? I will entertain a motion then. Yes. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in case 2024 008414 HDRB 627 Camino de la Luz, move to have findings entered that all exception criteria have been met. Again, for the reasons set forth in the application and staff's report. And as an aside, I just want to make sure I wasn't misunderstood before. Nothing I said was even remotely intended to be a critique of Paul or any staff member or anyone else in this room who are all scrupulously professional in every possible way. This is just a long-standing interpretive issue that predates the time I even arrived on the board. That's why I brought it up. So just want to be clear on that. And finding, based on those findings, that the application be approved, and with the additional condition that the parapets on the primary facade maintain their current undulation.
Madrano will second. May I propose a friendly amendment that a physical sample of the proposed stucco color be submitted and reviewed and approved by staff. And if staff disapproves, that the applicant will select a color from our pre-approved list.
Accepted.
Anything else to add? Member Bicha.
Yeah, I just would like to clarify in the motion that the doors, the vehicle doors and the pedestrian doors on the garage will be wood as described by the applicant.
Also accepted.
Roll call vote, please. Gary.
Member Beechite,
Yes.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Benvenu,
Yes.
Member Aguilar Madrano,
Yes.
Chair Rios, motion is passed.
Thank you very much, and thank you, sir. Next case is located at 753 Acequia Madre. And I believe I see the applicant is here. And this is Lanny's case.
This is case 2024-8258 HDRB for 753 Acequia Madre for a status downgrade from contributing to non-contributing. 753 Acequia Madre is on the north side of Acequia Madre across from Sosaya Lane. The property is one of several properties located down the private drive. A single-family residence at 753 Acequia Madre is a Spanish Pueblo Revival residence listed as contributing to the downtown and east side historic district. The property is listed on the status map as contributing structure. However, over the years, the property has been referred to and treated as a non-contributing structure when presented to the HDRB for approval. The 1984 HCPI recommends contributing, while the 2003 HCPI recommends non-contributing. In 1992, under case H9249, the homeowner at that time had requested a new parapet over the portal, replacement of windows, new portal on the east elevation. The staff analysis of the project shows that the residence is constructed circa 1929 to 1934, with circa 1967 and late 70s and 80s additions. The staff report reads, while the existing survey sheet for 753 Acequia Madre identifies this structure as a contributing building to the core historic district, additional documentation provided in this application has led to the reevaluation of the building, which has proved it to be non-contributing. And the staff report further clarifies the existing first story of this building dates from 1929 through 1934. And since that time, it has received a number of intrusive modern additions. The second floor was added in 1967, and a number of rooms at the rear of the house and lot were constructed circa late 1970s and 80s. Some historic windows were also changed at this time. These additions have negatively impacted the historic character of the house and render it non-contributing. The 1997 case, H 97113, approved a third second-story addition on the north elevation, further impacting the status of the structure. The 2008 case, H 08038, the homeowner at the time requested to remodel by removing the non-historic carport and portal, altering the non-historic openings, reconfiguring steps, and overhang on the west elevation, lowering yard walls ranging from 8.5 to 7.5 feet to 6.6 feet 8 inches and 6.6 feet 5 inches, and replaced vehicular gates with lower gates, which further makes the argument that the building is non-contributing. The 2008 staff report reads the Spanish Pueblo Revival single-family residence located at 753 Acequia Madre was constructed before 1940 and has received major alterations, which include additions in the 1950s and 1970s and window replacement. The 2003 Historic Cultural Property Inventory recommends that the building is not contributing, although the official map still lists the building as contributing to the downtown east side. Staff does not find where an official status review of the structure has ever been discussed. The applicant requests that the status of the property be officially reviewed and downgraded from the map's listing of contributing status to the recognized and practiced non-contributing status. Staff feels that the status needs to be formally established and primary facades be designated if the property remains a contributing structure. Staff recommends the historic status of the structure be downgraded from contributing to non-contributing due to the number of non-historic alterations that have occurred on the structure. Per 14-5.2C, designation of significant and contributing structures. Staff stands for questions.
Any questions at this time? Yeah, or clarifications? Member Benvenu.
Sure, the only question I have, and I'm just not sure what our practice has been in the past, but do we customarily expect to see a HDRB when we're doing a status, especially a status downgrade?
We did not request one in this case, because we're going more off of what was being practiced with it than the HDRB history.
Or it's a norm, I seem to recall that we've in this past postponed decisions like this and asked HDRB, but
In this particular case, there was a HDRB done in 2003. Our
Mm.
threshold is 20 years when we ask for a HDRB. And in this case, because of the cases analysis that Ms. McCauley did, and just reviewing the record, we felt a new HDRB was not necessary and based our recommendation.
I'm sure it's in the packet. What was the recommendation of the last HDRB that was done? Or does it have a recommendation or status?
It recommends non-contributing.
Oh, okay. Well, that solves the problem then for me. Thank you.
So the two HDRBs are from what date? Repeat again.
Two 2003 is the most recent, and then there was one in 90.
And that's the one that recommended downgrading?
One was, let me look at it again. Hold on one second. Just make sure for you.
1984.
Thank you.
Chair Rios is 1984.
1984 is the one that recommended contributing, and then 2003, non-contributing.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so portions of this house are almost 100 years old. Is there a footprint or a portion of this house that remains intact?
No, not really. There, I mean, the original portion of the building now has a second story.
Yeah, can you show us the picture of the front of the house? Is that, this portion? Is that a historic portion of the house?
Yes. That's the portion that has a second floor on top of it now.
Okay, but is the second floor, does it
It's
move
back
back
a little bit, yeah.
and then starts?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions at this time? No. Applicant, Mr. Padilla?
Please raise your right hand, state your name and address for the record.
Box 229.
You solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury. Mr. Padilla is sworn in, Madam Chair.
Mr. Padilla, what do you have to tell us?
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to present before you this evening. The purpose of our request is because of the significant changes that have happened to this residence over the years, as you mentioned, starting in 1934, the changes that have been made, we feel that it's time to really codify the decision of the board for a non-contributing status. The supporting documents that were presented this evening really enforce and support our request for a non-contributing status. There's a number of changes that have been made. You asked, is there any remaining part of the original structure? They are, but they've been added on to or added either with the second story or actually added on to increasing that original foot size. The purpose and our desire this evening is to be able to not go back and forth, is it contributing or non-contributing? Because there are some items that we'd like to move forward with, my client would like to move forward with. Nothing significant, but it's when we look at the project with its contributing status and projects that have come before the H board in the past with non-contributing status, it gets very confusing. And in light of the question board member Benvenu had asked, is that 2003 was the last HDRB that was done, and as mentioned, it was recommended that it be non-contributing. So we asked the board to take a look at all the facts and information that has been presented and the changes that have happened to this structure, and allow us to move forward with a non-contributing status. Stand for questions.
Any questions for Mr. Padilla? Here's no questions. Anyone in this audience wishing to comment on this case? No one? Anyone on Zoom?
Chair Rios, no.
No one on Zoom. I will entertain a motion, please. Board Lamajana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In case number 2024-008258 HDRB at 753 Acequia Madre, I move to downgrade the status of the structure to non-contributing in alignment with staff's recommendation.
Should I have a second?
Roll call vote. Gary.
Member BJ,
Yes.
Member Mather,
Abstain.
Member Benvenu,
Yes.
Member Aguilar Monto.
Yes.
Chair Rios, motion is passed.
Mr. Padilla, that was easy for you.
That was very easy. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Appreciate it. And I will say thank you so much to staff. Lanny's work that she provided in supporting documentation and so forth was beneficial in being able to present it so clearly to you this evening. So thank you very much. Thank you, members of the board.
For saying that. Next case is located at 1600 Canyon Road, and I see that the applicant is here, and that is also Lanny's case.
Thank you. This is case 2024-008339 HDRB for 1600 Canyon Road for new construction on a vacant lot. 1600 Canyon is located on the south side of Canyon Road behind the street frontage properties and is accessed through a private drive and is in the Historic Review Historic District. The property at 1600 Canyon Road is 1.095 acre vacant lot in the Historic Review Historic District. The property came before the board in March of 2024 with a pitched roof design, which was denied by the HDRB. The applicant has redesigned the residence based off feedback from the HDRB members and public comment from that March hearing. They proposed the main residence as a 3,200 square foot Santa Fe style, single family, single story residence with a 515 square foot attached garage to the maximum allowable height of 14 feet, 10 inches. The design also includes a 98 square foot entry portal located on the southeast side of the residence, a 564 square foot open roof pergola located on the southwest side of the residence. The pergolas will be built 4-inch by 6-inch metal columns with 2-by-2 rafters. A 463 square foot open roof pergola on the northeast of the house and a 280 square foot open roof pergola on the north of the house, connecting the residence to the guest house. Windows and doors will be fixed and awning aluminum windows and doors as manufactured in dark bronze. The windows and doors will be single light windows. Windows and doors will be inset a minimum of 2 inches from the face of exterior walls. The garage door will be aluminum folding door in dark bronze. The house will have 11 low profile skylights, which will not be publicly visible. Exterior lighting on the residence will be 6-inch by 12-inch LED aluminum cylinder downlight in the dark bronze. And the stucco color will be cementitious La Luz with buckskin under portals. 12 solar panels will be located on the northwest corner of the residence, and downspouts will be in rough bronze. The casita is a 540 square foot guest house to the maximum allowable height of 14 feet, 10 inches. Windows and doors will be fixed and awning aluminums and doors. Aluminum windows and doors as manufactured in dark bronze. The windows and doors will be single light windows. Windows and doors will be inset a minimum of 2 inches from the face of the exterior walls. An aluminum sectional garage door is dark bronze on the north elevation. The studio will have 2 low profile skylights, which will not be publicly visible. Exterior lighting in the studio will be 6-inch by 12-inch LED aluminum dark bronze cylinders in downlight. Stucco color will be cementitious La Habra La Luz with buckskin under the portals, and downspouts will be in rough bronze. On the site, they are going to include an 8 by 11-foot spillway with natural stones, Santa Fe ledge with Santa Fe brown gravel as a water feature, a 6-foot high coyote fence with 5-foot by 16-foot metal entry vehicle gate at the driveway for the guest house will be along the property perimeter. A 5 by 20 foot vehicle gate will cross the access easement for access to the main residence. The driveway, patio, and walkway surfaces will be Santa Fe brown. Slope cuts have been preliminarily reviewed by the terrain management team. All structures shall be set back from the Acequia del Llano per a condition set by the Archaeological Review Committee and the terrain management team. The applicant did provide some hand-drawn renderings of the residence and the casita as seen here. Staff recommends approval of the proposed project and finds that the application complies with 14-5.2D general design standards for all historic districts and section 14-5.2F for historic review, historic district design standard. I stand for questions.
Thank you. To classify the architectural style of this building as more modernistic. And I suppose I can ask the applicant. It appears that, to me, that maybe it has more sharp edges and a lot of windows that don't have divided lights. Is that correct in my assessment?
There are no divided lights.
No divided lights.
And it does look sharper in the drawings. My understanding, it was supposed to be a little softer round.
I will ask the applicant. Any other questions or comments at this time? Applicant or applicants, please come forward and get sworn in.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Doug McDowell, 1317B, Cerro Gordo Road.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury? Mr. McDowell has been sworn in, Madam Chair.
Good evening, Mr. McDowell.
Evening, Mr. Ailes.
What do you have to tell us?
Well, what I really have to say more than anything is the owners are here tonight as well. And last meeting where we brought the pitched roof house that we all looked at, spoken about, spent quite a bit of time going back and talking to the owners, and then watched the video of the meeting many times. And I have to say that they heard a lot of the suggestions from the neighbors, from the board, and went back and totally redesigned this house around adjusting, which was flat roof house, low profile, no metal roofs, not to be developing two lots, no swimming pools, those types of things. And I think that they've really put together a nice package that, although it may not be a Pueblo revival style home that built in the early 1900s, does respond to what Santa Fe style look. Like side and almost all. So I have to commend them for taking such a huge leap and throwing everything they had in the trash. They didn't really have a choice, but they did do it. I think what you have in front of you is a application that responded to the neighbors and to the board. And questioning whatever you may have.
And would you say that the corners will be sharp?
Be sharpish, yes. Be more contemporary than a Pueblo.
And tell us again the colors.
The color actually matches the house in the front, directly to the north of the house, so that's La Luz. I asked Adrian, who is the mayordomo of the Acequia right behind there, what color he had just done his house in the last couple of years.
And describe to us where this house is located in relationship to Canyon Road.
Did you all go up there today?
Not today because we still remember.
If you go up, Lynch fence used to be.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a little beyond Lynch property. Basically, there's two lots there. Back up.
And are you proposing, I think on the last time you were proposing a vehicular gate? Is that still part of the project?
Yes, it is.
And just quickly describe that to us in terms of the height in particular.
Gate itself.
See-through or is it solid?
See-through.
See-through.
It's actually very see-through.
Board members, do you have other questions? Any other questions or comments? Member Beachside.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Doug, I wonder if you might talk to us a little bit about window placement on this house. It seems quite different than what we're used to seeing. They're either quite high and narrow, like on the west elevation, or pretty low and narrow on the north elevation. And then on the east, the window placement right next to the doors sort of reminds me of like a hotel arrangement. I'm just curious about how those are functioning and why those choices are made.
Line itself, it's not, it is moving not away from, but it's not trying to copy Pueblo revival style. It is meeting the historic requirements of massing. Trying very hard, we are meeting those things to make Pueblo style what it looks like. But standing on different type style. Feels to the same thing, but is not trying to reproduce that period. I think last meeting it was brought up that so meets the code, moves a little bit away from traditional Pueblo revival style or territorial. That's certainly. Get carried along. That's what I'm trying to say. Is I think it's more reaching towards it. Yeah, it does show the history really in the future.
And then just one other question about I think the metal elements which are on the pergolas and the garage are metal that will look like wood. Is that correct?
Small, it's not massive. It's meant to really look like.
Okay, and I mean, why not just use wood if it's metal that looks like wood? Yeah. a modern interpretation.
Accessible now. Stays.
Is that metal being used on the entry portal? Is there a gate? Is there a gate on the entry portal that's metal, or is that open? I'm sorry, I can't tell. The entry, the main entry that is on the same facade as the garage. It's open, okay. And then are there still two colors of stucco used on the house?
Mr. McDowell, they can't hear you on the video, so if you can speak closer. Thank you.
I need a taller mic.
I'm sorry, so just a single color for all structures except for under the portals?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Member Aguilar-Madrano, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad to see one of the pools was removed in this iteration that we're reviewing tonight. I do remember that the neighboring property was the one that had the really unique condition of falling within two of our zones. This one, I was refreshing my memory on the map. This one falls within the historic district zone. I still find it troubling that it's visible from Canyon Road, Upper Canyon Road, one of our most prominent roads, and yet that district doesn't apply to it. But I don't think there's much we can do about that in this application. I share the same observations and perhaps what seemed like concerns from Member Bienvenue. Even though this is in the historic review district, how close these windows are to the corners, they're extremely close. And even in our historic review district, it says that it's intended to emulate traditional Santa Fe architecture, designed to appear to be massive walls, appearing to be built of adobe construction, and depth of windows, doors, and entry openings should show the massiveness of the structure. So I think when we're having details like this, where the windows are so close to the sharp corners here, I don't think that's achieving the goal of emulating adobe and traditional Santa Fe architecture. So that's one of my biggest concerns right now.
Thank you very much. And I hear you. And maybe that's something that the board is going to say, we'd like a little bit more separation on those corner windows. And that's something that certainly we'll put forth to the owners. They've been very good about listening to what you all have to say. I think that addresses, I think that the house does it. You also were given a booklet that they went to the trouble of making, a little bound booklet. And the house will appear to be quite massive wall in construction. And from Canyon Road, and most of the houses as you're driving up Canyon Road, they are right on Canyon Road, but they're set right back. This house is hard to really, it's going to be very difficult to see. You will see the walls and that, but it will not be in your face, so to speak. There's houses in front of it that break the view of that house up on the hill as well.
Madam Chair, quick follow-up question. Doug, as presented today, can you tell us a bit more about the detail? Is there any inset of the windows? Are they flush with the stucco?
No, they're not flush. As per your all suggestion at the last meeting, they're set back from the stucco.
Can you give us an idea of roughly how many inches you're thinking?
2 inches.
Thank you.
they went and looked at a house that we did maybe about 6 or 8 years ago on Garcia Street that actually has fairly sharp corners. It was a new house that we built, is used steel, has a Corten garage doors as well. And that house is up there, and that's sort of the house that we are using as a model house to try and copy those type of features.
Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So first of all, thank you for spending so much time and energy and responding to the board's concerns. That's just really, really great to see. It's a massive improvement, no pun intended. So, you know, it's just, you've really addressed many of the concerns, and I'm very happy about that. I do share still, you know, you always want to say, oh, great, you know, perfect, you did it. But I do think that the concerns that have already been expressed are valid in this case. They're the same I have. I mean, there are two things going on here. One is the anomaly of this districting, that this is in the review district. This so clearly should be in the East Side downtown district. The only streetscape that this has any relationship to is on Upper Canyon Road. And this is an extremely rural part of Canyon Road, very old. Nothing like what we think of as the review district, which is mainly newer houses on open scrubland that typically had no farming or historical importance at all. This is literally the opposite of that. It's got an acequia running across the property. It was probably, you know, being utilized in the 1800s for sure, and possibly the 1700s. So, you know, obviously that's why the board is spending extra energy and being very protective of this particular site and I'm sure you feel the same way. So but it is in the historic review district. So if this was just a few feet, if the district boundary was, you know, 100, maybe a few hundred yards different, we'd be applying the downtown and east side standards, which would require divided light windows and a lot of other aspects. I completely accept the fact that they don't apply here, but nonetheless, I do think it's a stretch to think that even in the review district, we can go completely or very far down the path of contemporary design for exactly the reasons that Member Aguilar Madrano was pointing out, because it's not, the design standards aren't really just about massing. They literally specifically say it's intended to emulate traditional Santa Fe architecture and construction traditions, and that it's designed to be built or appearing to be built of adobe. And those requirements mean that certain features are precluded and certain features would be required, because any features that would be inconsistent with adobe architecture would automatically not qualify under those standards. So I think that does relate to the windows, and it certainly relates to the sharp corners as well. I think that this project is eminently approvable with some modifications, but I do think that that would be the path that we would have to go down, would be to soften the structure and alter some of the window openings in particular, and perhaps the use of steel. Definitely not a proponent of steel in the downtown and east side district. I do accept that it is more allowable in the review district. So I think that's a bit of an open question that the board consider. But I think we can get to a place where this project could be built very close to what you're suggesting.
Thank you for your input on that. And I hear it and I understand it. I must say that, you know, we designed to build a house. It was unusual for where it was, but right off of Garcia Street, up from Acequia Madre, not that many years ago. Very similar in style, very similar in windows. People love it, get calls about it all the time. It fits in the neighborhood. The neighbors like it. I know I don't want to say it's a stretch, but it's different. But it's the same thing. It is their 12-inch walls, 16-inch in some areas thickness. It's going to be red. It is massive in that way. It does follow the topography. It is low profile. It does sit up on the hill, visible from Canyon Road, so to speak. So it does, I think it does fit in the sense of being more sedate and not something where you would say a contemporary house sitting up with all this glass and sharp corners and windows that are overscaled, even though and with divided lights. I think it's very the design for more of a new Santa Fe design is sort of muted. And I'm having trouble with it too. You know, I come from a whole different background in this, so I have trouble with these things as well. But I do see what's happening, and I even see it on Upper Canyon Road. There's some places where you go up there and look down below. There's these incredibly sharp cornered houses that are big, long, flat, sloping metal roofs and what have you. And so it is there, and I'm not trying to tell anybody what to do, but certainly being moved by, I mean, my whole career has been because of this style and this history, being the historical nature of Santa Fe. But being able to drive through and see that maybe this was a different time, this house here. Not totally different, but was a different time. But was done with a sense of it being muted and fitting in to a degree. I think we're there to some degree. At least it seems like it from my point where I sit at my desk and look at what people bring in and what the architects are doing.
Well, that's certainly an important philosophical discussion to be having, and it's been had at many applications in this board and in past board configurations, and it's certainly going to be a major part of the discussion in the updating of the code. I would say that there are scattered examples of more contemporary structures throughout even the downtown and east side district. To me, they stand out as being not belonging. And that's just my view of those, you know, where they belong and where they don't belong. And I would say that right at this moment, at least, the board tends to be rather protective of the historical styles and applying the letter of the ordinance, which specifically wants to preserve traditional style and not have an ever-evolving evolution of styles in the very limited perimeter of the district. While all of those styles can be evolving in all of the other places in Santa Fe, which they are, and I'm sure you're building many of them. So there are many, many places throughout Santa Fe and Santa Fe County where all those styles can be built. But there's a very small preserved historic district where we have a code that's quite specific about what it wants to preserve. So
I certainly agree with that. I think it's a lot of it's in the execution too, and the way the house is sited and the way the work is done. And I see a lot of it as that too. It's how the execution is done and the care that's taken in the siding of the house, that the house is not in your face, that the house becomes of the hill, not on the hill. So it blends.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Member Benvenu, for your comments. I happen to agree with them. I think, you know, this is a difficult thing that we're going through, Doug, in terms of where do we go with this, what I will call modernistic look, or I think as you indicated, contemporary. But in this district, I think it's really important that we continue and strive to build buildings in the traditional style. And I know that you have come before the board many, many times, and you are one of the better designers, I must say. And I think you've even been recognized for your work. but I do feel that Santa Fe is a very unique place. And I think we really need to stick more with the traditional buildings, and especially in this area. If there are no further comments, yes, Member Beachlight.
Madam Chair. Yeah, I would just agree with my fellow board members' comments, but I think that I think we're all, I'm interested in how people might envision a new interpretation of the code for a more modern aesthetic. And I find it really compelling, like these arguments that this, looks, the massing is what we, is an evolution of our historic massing guidelines. I think maybe one of the big problems for me on this particular house is its location. It's and the photograph from Canyon Road that shows the two existing houses, which are very traditional in a rural part of Canyon Road, and they appear to be smaller than this house is proposed to be. I think that and also the acequia that's behind it is, it's a little jarring with the current surroundings. And I recall that you had quite a few neighbors speaking out with opinions about this house previously, and I wonder if you've talked with any of them about this design and how it's been received.
I met with my neighbor or their neighbor to the north, which would be directly in front of the house. I delivered packages like the package you all have to the neighbor that also spoke. And so they've had them for weeks in front of them. Yes.
You haven't received any input from them?
No, I didn't get a positive or negative, but I took that as being that there wasn't a lot of concern about it.
Thank you.
And it's a 3,500 square foot building. There's a lot of buildings on Upper Canyon Road. You can't see them because they're behind walls, but there's huge estates on Upper Canyon Road.
No, I agree.
Enormous
Yeah.
estates that are within, one of them's a couple properties away. Another one is 3 properties away. It's not I get it. It's not a big house. Might be to somebody who's living in a 1,200 square foot house, but there are estates along that road all along it.
Thank you. Let me see if there's anybody in this building that would like to comment on this particular project. Come forward, please.
Cecilia, I'm sorry, the homeowner would like to speak.
Oh, absolutely.
Please raise your right hand and state your name and address for the record.
165 Vicente Road, Berkeley, California, 94705.
Please state your name as well.
Zhang Hyun, HYU. My name's Zhang Hyun.
I saw the story line. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Okay, the homeowner has been sworn in, Madam Chair.
So just to give you a little bit of a background, my wife Llewellyn and I have been married for 31 years. Before that, she lived in Santa Fe for 20 years, so she's very familiar with the area. We met in architecture school. I was a terrible student, which is why I went into finance. But my wife was, she was a very talented student at our school, and she received a Fulbright prize to Rome. This has been a dream of ours to buy some land in Santa Fe to build a final home here. Although I guess, being here as opposed to watching the board meeting on YouTube, it does make me realize, where you guys are coming from in terms of the tradition of the area, et cetera. But just from my perspective, one, it's a dream for us to see her design get built. We are going to spend the rest of the time. And the way I look at the design, for example, the windows, none of the windows are within 2 feet corners. The home seems large, but we're really building a 3,000 square foot home with a little casita in the back. There are no pools. There are large, tall chimneys in the old design, not asking for any exceptions. So to me, this is, when I look at, and admittedly, I'm not as familiar with Santa Fe as the board, and when I look at this is a wonderful design. Son, my wife, her interpretation, the Santa Fe style. So to a certain extent, to me, the board member way to the right, to me, it is an evolution of, I see, when I drive past Canyon Road, it's just a simplified, more simplified design. My wife's interpretation of that design. I'm not even saying we're taking a massive step forward. I'm not saying we're improving the neighborhood. I'm not saying that at all. The only thing I'm saying is it's her interpretation based out that it's a wonderful place. You know, I was born in Korea. There's no effort in our parts to impose our will on it or anything. It's just her simplified take of what we see. I think much has been made of what does it look like as you're driving past. I think as you're driving past, and we were there, it's a wonderful, as you're driving past, you'll see it and you'll just, I don't think you'll even notice it. I think you'll just see the same color, same massing, same massive wall construction. The pergolas, the vegetation that we plan to plant around there, the coyote. So, yeah, I'm a neophyte, but I think one of the biggest concerns that we have is what will it look like? Jarring, actually. That renderings and model views and stuff persuade you, and as well as the neighbors, the fact we want to. We're hoping it will over time it will come to be viewed as a wonderful interpretation.
Thank you for addressing the board this evening. I do appreciate it, and I'm sure the other board members do as well. I always think that it's very important for property owners to address the board. That kind of makes it a bit more personal, and we know exactly where you're coming from. So I thank you for that. I don't know if your wife wishes to speak.
You'll need to be sworn in first. Okay, please raise your right hand, state your name and address for the record.
Wella Knowles. Wella Knowles, 1665 Vicente Road, Berkeley, California.
Do you,
Second.
do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury? Ms. Knowles is sworn in, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much.
I just had one comment about you saying that our house is larger than those around it. The house directly in front is over 4,800 square feet on a lot which is less than half an acre. 1, 2, rest of us, 4,100 square feet. Oh, that's.
Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you. And I think that the board does appreciate that this is not the most ginormous house ever, that it's, for some people, as Doug said, maybe if you come from a 1,500 square foot, 3,000 plus square feet is obviously bigger, twice as much maybe. but it is not the biggest house in the neighborhood, the proposal.
Might add to that too, excuse me, is, 3,000, 3,500 is pretty standard size house. We see. I don't think I'm stretching there by saying that. That's a
Yeah.
standard size house, and I would say that from what I've seen over the years is on the smaller scale of what we've done.
If there are no further comments or questions from the board, I will ask for public comment. Oh, yes, Member Aguilar-Pedrosa.
Madam Chair, just one more comment that I'd like to raise with my fellow board members. It's last time when we heard this case, I believe we heard the two properties almost at the same time. So it's a little difficult to now separate it, knowing that that other property exists, because my concern would be, of course, that there is still the intention to build another structure on the nearby property, which would, I'm assuming, be probably this exact same style that we're seeing tonight. So the effect that that those two structures together would have on the streetscape could potentially be doubled in my mind. I recognize that's not what we're hearing tonight, but we've already heard that that was the, intention of this applicant, and then also the intention to sell one of the structures pretty immediately. So while I appreciate that this one, you called your dream and your forever home, it is difficult to consider these style exceptions, knowing, that one is going to be sold potentially immediately. Just something.
Certainly understand that. I can only say this, that what I've been told in many meetings is that what their intention is to build a house, move into it, get used to living in Santa Fe, meet their neighbors, get to know what they're like, and then make a decision if they want to stay in Santa Fe. If they want to stay in Santa Fe, maybe they'll do something with that other lot, maybe not. But at this point, the idea is to scale back the whole idea of development, as well as the size of the house, the amount of development, doing it on both lots, and to do it more in the style that we tend to live here. Come in, become a part of the neighborhood, see how you fit, what fits. They don't want to take care of two houses. At this point, there's no plan to do anything with the other lot.
Anything else, board members?
If I could add one more thing too.
Yes, sure, Doug.
About the thin windows.
Mm-hmm.
Here on. That's something that is some specific issue too that may change it. If we focus in on that, say, in those two, because in the other area, look like small windows, but they're sitting behind them. They go down below. Quite good sized windows. Question of those. Perhaps that's something we should discuss.
Any comments, board members, in reference to the windows? I think I've heard some. Any further comments at this point? Appears not. Public comment. Anyone in this room wishing to comment on this project? No one. Anyone on Zoom?
Yes, Chair Rios, Stephanie Benenato. Stephanie,
Mm.
man mute, and she has been previously sworn, I believe.
Stephanie Benenato. I have to say it is really frustrating because Doug McDowell did not speak into the mic and he was inaudible for virtually his entire testimony. So all the questions that were directed to him, it was just a big blank. I think that even though this is a new house and it is somebody's conception of Santa Fe style, if it needs to be modified to actually meet those requirements, like the 3-foot setback from corners for windows, then I think that this really needs to happen. And I'm sorry, but I am actually wondering how over 3,500 square foot home has become the new standard size. I bet the people on the southwest side of town would love to have something that big when they are living in a 1,200 square foot house, if that, with 3 bedrooms and 2 baths. Again, we just see the economic inequality or gap in our town by these kinds of statements. Thank you.
If there's no one else on Zoom, I'm going to assume.
That is correct.
Board members, it's time for a motion. Please be very clear on your motion. You're thinking.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quick discussion, not ready to make a motion. I guess my only hesitation at this moment is I'm worried that we will have to make so many conditions that I don't want this to be like piecemeal architecture that's not considered holistically. I don't want to take that away from the project because I do think it's a beautiful design, and none of us, I don't think, are questioning that. It's just not the appropriate design for this area. So maybe I'd actually like to hear from the applicant if the board was moving in this direction of either stipulating what sounds like potentially could be multiple changes versus a postponement where you rethink the design again with some of the conversation that's been happening tonight and come back to us and we can look at the design holistically again. Do you have a preference if that's the direction that the board is going tonight?
Am I correct in saying, do we have a preference of working on it now or working on it later?
Madam Chair? Thank you. Just to clarify, I think the real proposal here is, would you rather that the board just go ahead and set a bunch of conditions on approval, basically redesigning it by the board? Or would you rather come back with a redesign for the board to consider? Okay.
I think we prefer to have the conditions. I think it makes it easier on the applicant.
Right.
Everybody.
Well, I'll start the process because I think I have the fewest conditions. So let's just start and see where we get. Case number 2024-008339 HDRB 1600 Canyon Road. I would move to approve the project on condition that the corners, all corners of the buildings be bull-nosed and any associated walls, same, that are stuccoed. And that the metal elements be replaced with the portal, in the portals be replaced with wood. And that the windows be redesigned to, well, first of all, that all windows be inset at least 2 inches as indicated in the application to emphasize the massiveness of the walls as required by the code. And the windows be redesigned in order to also emulate Adobe construction and traditional construction techniques. But I'm going to now turn over to the board, to the other members of the board, if they have any specific suggestions on the redesign of the windows, since that was the concern of
Let's
that.
get a second to that. Do I hear a second? And I will ask for amendments.
Leila Madrano will second with some additional friendly amendments. Regarding the windows, I would say that all windows need to be inset a minimum of 3 feet from corners. Perhaps the point of discussion would also be the depth of the windows. I think in the past, we've required something closer to 4 inches. I don't know that 2 inches feels sufficient to me to emulate that depth. So I guess my friendly amendment would also be to revise that requirement to a 4-inch depth.
That's accepted.
And I would suggest that the garage door be of wood rather than metal or aluminum that's proposed.
Anything else, board members?
I thought there was concern on the other end about the style of the window.
Yeah.
Not divided lights because I
Just
don't
the,
think they're
the
required.
skinny nature or the slot nature of the windows. I feel like we're at a bit of a disadvantage not having an architect present. Like, I can't tell you how to redesign the windows. I just know that they look different than what we, typically associate with buildings in this area. I think they're interesting. I don't particularly object to them. I just don't know that it fits the style that we're looking for. And I don't really have another suggestion for that.
Does the applicant have a suggest? Oh, I shouldn't take over. I'm sorry.
Excuse me, you did indicate, you, the maker of the motion, indicated redesign windows. So perhaps you could indicate more like the size and the spacing of them.
Well, the spacing, I think, was addressed by the friendly amendment that they, as far as how far they need to be from the corners. And just to clarify that, that's not because it's specifically set out in the code, but that would be also in order to emulate traditional construction methods. But I think the other issue was more about I think the fact that they're wider, much wider than they are tall.
That's why I'm saying size. Sizes.
We're getting in, this is why we asked if you want to go this route, because we're redesigning in front of you.
Example, process homeowners that are building a home. Suggestions like the 3 foot from the corners is incredibly helpful because that's very concrete. Will apply. That one, is it just a ratio of width to height that, I think it's skinny, so then that's where they come. Ratio of the,
right.
Doug mentioned the elevations, many of the windows are actually much bigger. It's just, they're being cut off. Looking at it's really just one window to the right, which is skinny. The rest of them are normal. Just, look at it. It's just that one. Give us some really concrete things like that. That 3 feet was incredibly helpful. Comply with that, or I can not comply with that.
I'm going to tell you something, that you have a designer in Mr. McDowell that has designed the more traditional type of buildings all of in the historic districts. And I think he would be a good person to rely on, obviously. He's knowledgeable in that.
And just, I don't think we actually see the house this way from Canyon Road. It's actually at the corner, right? So maybe if you can help us understand, I think we may not even see those slotted windows from Canyon.
Most of those windows are divided. I mean, if you look real closely, you'll see.
Yeah, I do see that.
You'll see the mutt.
But I think you probably see sort of the corner of the garage and then that.
If you look in your brochure at the model picture, Luella is saying that should be helpful.
Thank you for this. This has been very helpful. We appreciate
You
that
put a lot of work
prepared
into it.
them.
Where do you all want to go with the windows? So that's the only remaining loose end on this motion.
Yeah, so I mean, just looking at the packet, which is helpful, page 7, the north toward Canyon Road. It appears that we don't see any windows at all. We just see sort of the back. Am I correct? Yeah.
Look at the north toward Canyon Road.
Mhm.
You don't see any of the pergolas from that.
You don't see pergolas, you don't see the garage
The
doors.
idea was for that to be very muted
Okay.
and just massive.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Actually, the least of the elevation.
Mhm.
Visible from Canyon Road. I'll try to get closer to the mic, excuse me.
Board members, so we have a motion and we have a second and we have lots of suggestions.
I appreciate it very much.
And anything further to add?
I'm satisfied, but
Are
I'm
you?
more than happy to
Okay.
hear any other proposals.
So I think plenty of suggestions were given. So may we have a roll call vote, please?
Could I add one more thing real quick?
Oh, sure.
Is it possible, would you consider changing the word bullnose to soften?
Well,
Because bullnose is such a big,
well, we only,
Got all
my
kinds.
understanding from Mr. Mokino is that we only have they only look for two things when they do an inspection: square corners or bullnose corners, and they don't have any category in between.
I understand.
That's why I use the term. Otherwise, I would prefer to specify a radius.
Right.
They don't check the radius, so it'd be meaningless to do so.
Okay.
So one other quick question, because we're looking at what is publicly visible from Canyon Road is really just walls. Is it worth considering that perhaps the pergolas could be metal since they're not visible?
I actually would. If none of the pergolas are visible, then they can be metal as far as
Okay, thank you very much.
Is that the case for everyone?
Board members have opinions on that?
Yeah, I mean, if you can't see it from Canyon Road, I don't know why it matters to the rest of us.
That was the idea of design.
Yeah.
Okay, I think you have plenty of suggestions. I'm going to ask for a roll call vote.
Member Beechide,
Yes.
Member Mathers,
Yes.
Member Benvenu,
Yes, and because I'm still thinking on that last point, the reason I don't think it is required that they be metal is because this is the historic review district. I would feel differently if it was the downtown and east side district, even given that they're not visible. Just for the record.
Member Aguilar Madrano.
Yes.
Carrios, motion is passed.
Thank you very much. Member Aguilar Madrano?
Madam Chair, I wanted to ask you, I'm going to need to excuse myself early tonight. But it's my understanding that we will have a quorum issue with the last case. And so I'm wondering if I can propose a change to the agenda where we can hear the last case now, because I'd hate for those applicants to have waited all evening and then not be able to have their case heard. 716 Don Gaspar.
Yes, you all voted yes. They took a roll call. Oh, you're starting to be in my. Okay, I think Okay, yeah, so just make it in the form of a motion and we'll we'll vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to make a motion to amend the agenda for this evening, and rather than hear 716 Don Gaspar Avenue at the end of the evening, I move to hear it next.
And do I hear a second?
Neither will second.
And a roll call vote, please, Gary.
Member Beechide,
Yes.
Member Mailer,
Yes.
Member Benvenu,
Yes.
Member Aguilar Majano.
Yes.
Motion is passed.
Thank you. So that is your case, Gary.
Madam Chair, I'll recuse.
And let the record show that Member Benvenu is recusing, but he's staying in the room, which is acceptable.
Case number 2024-0083335 HDRB 716 Don Gaspar Avenue. Just an FYI, this was Ramon's case, but since Ramon is absent for a month, I was given this case. So what I have in front of me, I'll give you all the information that is what I have. So 716 Don Gaspar Avenue, the single-family residence located at 716 Don Gaspar Avenue is a contributing structure to the Don Gaspar Historic District. Structure is a bungalow-style home built around 1920. It features a pitched roof dormer on the front and back of the house, and a pitcher roof covering the steps that extend out from the porch at the front of the house. The gables are covered with wood shingles, and the dormers are shed dormers. The roof of the structure is asphalt shingles. The applicant has hired Positive Energy to install a roof-mounted solar array to both the front and back of the house. 18 panels are proposed to meet the electrical usage for the property. The publicly visible panels are proposed at the front of the house and the top of the shed dormers. These 3 panels will be tilted at 24 degrees and will include 6 inches off the surface roof. The tilt will match the pitch. The applicant is requesting an exception. The Santa Fe City Code SFCC 14-5.2 D3 to have publicly visible rooftop appurtenances on a contributing historic structure. The applicant completed the requirements of the SCC subsection 14-3-1 notice requirements for the Historic District Board case. That's the west elevation where majority of the panels are going to go. And this is the front. And this is the roof plan. Staff recommends the Historic District Board approve the project and exception to 14-5.2 D3 in case 2024-008335. Additions of public visible rooftop solar at 716 Don Gaspar Avenue. Stand for question.
Thank you, Gary. Any questions for Gary at this? I guess not. So applicant, will you come forward and get sworn in?
Please state your name and address for the record.
Nat Chakaris, 716 Don Gaspar Avenue, Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Applicant has been sworn in.
Thank you very much.
We can swear in Ian Mordaunt, hopefully I pronounced that correctly. He is also going to be contributing to the conversation. He's online.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Ian Mordaunt, 52 Oshara Boulevard, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87508.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Both applicants have been sworn in.
Good evening, and tell us about your project.
Try and do it tag teaming remotely. I think Ian will sort of go through the details of the project. I'll just kind of give my perspective on why I want to do it at the end of that, if that's okay.
Sure.
Okay. So as you guys saw the proposed layout, Mr. Shakaris is wanting to have the number of modules to offset his electrical loads at his residence. He has taken this property that was somewhat delinquent and restored it to a standard that meets and bolsters the historic neighborhood and homes around him. In doing that, he considered upgrading the windows, but stuck with the original single pane windows, which he's losing quite a bit of heat, thermal energy in the winter. And so he's having to use quite a bit of electrical power to keep his home warm in the winter with those original single pane windows, and also opted to not further insulate the existing exterior structure. And with that being said, also releasing a lot of thermal energy with the original exterior and having to run pretty heavy electrical loads throughout the winter months to keep his home warm. With that being said, he's wanting to choose a green passive way of offsetting that electrical usage in order to keep his home comfortable, and has chosen to maximize the roof surface that is not facing the street and just put 3 modules on that front street dormer. I will note that on the corner of Don Burger Street, 2 houses down south from his across the street at 727 Don Gaspar, there is a residence there with 11 solar modules that face Burger Street, and they are very visible with a light shaded roof with dark modules. And our client has chosen a specific module type that will be as close as you can get to the color of his pitched roof. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you, and I'm very appreciative, Member Aguilar Medrano, to let us take this up while you have a quorum. And I'm also grateful to Mr. Mokino for stepping in and moving this forward. I think Ian pretty much laid out what we're trying to do. I love the historic nature of the neighborhood. These are really unique bungalow style houses. We don't have a lot of those in Santa Fe. I didn't want to change anything about the house when we got it, especially the windows, but it's a really cold house. And we're also committed to using renewable sources for heating, getting off of natural gas. And so we have looked at all the options for maximizing the solar panels out of the view of the street, and we've done that. If you look at the design, the only other place we could put them is we'd be coming to asking for a carport after cutting down a tree in the backyard, which we don't want to do. So that's what we're doing. I will say, you know, I'm very good friends with the neighbor across the street that Ian referenced, who has the solar panels on their house. I don't personally think that, I think done right, solar panels integrated into the slope line of pitched roofs, which we don't have too many of in Santa Fe, are not harmful to the character of the neighborhood. So I supported her on her solar panels, and I think I hope we can go forward here, but I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
First of all, I want to say that the photo does not do justice to this house. Being there on the field trip, I agree with you. It is so, well, you said cool, but I think it's just a lovely, lovely home. It really is. And, you know, our Don Gaspar area is another special area that we have in Santa Fe, and we have lots of different style homes and lots of pitched roof homes. And this one, being there, and then you have a beautiful garden area as well. Just lovely. Anyway, it made me want to kind of embrace that whole house. My question in reference to the solar panels, and I do believe in energy efficiency. By putting these 18 panels, and let's see if I ask this question correctly, what percentage will this help you in terms of your electrical bill? Do
I
you know?
will let Ian, if he has the calculations ready, but they looked at my utility bill, and then we do a calculation to see what my electrical use over the course of the year is. And this was sufficient to, I believe, offset my electrical bill for over the course of a year. So in the summer, I'm going to be sending more electricity to the grid. In the winter, I'm going to be pulling more off. But it should net out roughly, based on the past couple of years' energy usage, to about 100%.
Oh, wow.
Ian, did I get
That
that
is,
wrong?
that is correct. Over an annual year, it will average out to 100% offset.
Okay, so on the field trip today and looking at the home in person, I really feel like you'd be making a big, be committing a sin by putting any panels on that dormer in the front. And I am just wondering if you can put the panels elsewhere where you could get the same percentage, but it would not be visible on that front side of the house.
I could speak to that if you'd like.
Thank you, Ian.
We've maximized all roof space. And in terms of using the west side of the home, it is maxed out with the total amount of solar modules. And when deciding on the front of the home, the greater pitches on the larger sections of the roof are actually a little more beneficial for for hosting solar in terms of pitch and capturing solar energy. But we chose that specific section in the middle of the dormer because it's less facing. So it's a little more subtle, if you will, than putting it on a higher degreed pitch on the larger sections of that front of the house.
So in terms of percentages, what if you did not put solar panels on that dormer? What percentage of efficiency would that reduce it by?
Around 22%.
Thank you. Other board members, you have questions or comments?
Thank you. I'll just make a comment, Madam Chair. I mean, I understand what you're saying, that this house is sort of perfect as is, but this neighborhood is moving towards solar energy. It's allowed in the district, and I appreciate that the folks moving into this neighborhood are interested in doing that. And I don't know that it's necessarily a bad thing to see that someone living in a historic house also has goals of sustainable living and, you know, is dealing with the complications presented by leaky, drafty houses and, you know, historic single pane windows. So I appreciate that you've put most of it on the back, and that this little dormer actually seems sort of the perfect place to put the extras. I appreciate that you've matched the roof color, and I think it's a great idea.
Other comments? No? Anyone in this room wishing to comment on this project? No, and anyone on Zoom?
Yes, Chair Rio, Stephanie Benenato. She's previously been sworn, and you may unmute, Stephanie.
Thank you. Stephanie, excuse me. Stephanie Benenato. I should disclose that Nat is my son-in-law. And I have watched him and helped him a little bit to insulate the roofs in his house. He has put insulation down the bays of the walls. And both him and my daughter have been incredibly sensitive to the historic nature of the house. And I think that this solar addition is also very sensitive. I believe it can only be seen from one side of the street in one particular place so that it's not going to be particularly intrusive visually. So I hope you will approve it as it is presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
No, Chair Rios.
Okay. You have nothing further to say, board members? I will entertain a motion, please.
I'll make a motion in case number 2024-008-335 HDRB at 716 Don Gaspar Avenue. I move to approve the application as submitted and is recommended by staff.
Aguilar,
Is there a second?
Aguilar Medrano will second.
And is there anything to add? Roll call vote, please, Gary. Or somebody.
Yes, Chair Rios.
Heather.
Member Aguilar Medrano. Member Bienvenu.
I've recused.
Is recused.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. My apologies. Member Mather
Yes.
and Member Beachay.
Yes.
The motion has passed.
Thank you, sir. Now we move to the case at 1041 Camino de Cruz Blanca.
Madam Chair, I would just like the record reflected that I will be leaving after the last case we just heard.
And we still have a quorum, so. Righty, and this is whose case? This is your case, Heather.
Yes. One moment. I'm going to share my screen. Right. Thank you, Chair Rios and members of the board. Good evening. The project that I'm presenting to you is located at 1041 Camino de Cruz Blanca, which is in the Historic Review Historic District. However, this property, the house is designated as contributing, and that is why the HDRB is reviewing this case. The case number is 2024-8415 HDRB. This is an aerial of the site. It is located to the east of Santa Fe Prep School, to the north of Camino Cruz Blanca. It is set back quite a ways from the street. This graphic illustrates that there is a house on the site in addition to a guest house. And the site is located in the Suburban Archaeological District. This is an illustration of the site contour map. So the building is situated on a sloping site. It's pretty severely sloping site, and there is approximately 16 feet of grade change at the site of the proposed addition. In this case, the Historic Districts Review Board can consider up to 4 feet higher than the permitted height, which would be up to 20 feet in this particular case. So as to the history of the structure, it was designed and built by Catherine Stinson Otero in 1929. You may recall that she is also the force behind Plaza Chamisal on Acequia Madre. She constructed it or designed it for Catherine Gay, who was a very active artist during the 30s and the early 40s. And later, Sally Wagner occupied the house, and she was an anthropologist. The illustration is from a 1957 map, the Scanlon map. And as you can see, the site is much larger at that point. That is because the property owner, and I believe it was the property owner before this one, divided the site and provided an open space for the Santa Fe Prep School. So this to the north of the site, this is all open space and will not be developed. The style of the house is a Pueblo Revival style. What's being impacted in this particular case is a mirador, which is a freestanding portal that offers views to the west And the historic doors and windows with grid pattern grills are one of the accents of the Mirador. Here's an illustration or a photograph of the Mirador, and you can see that there is a pedestrian door that is a wood panel door. This is historic. The windows are ornamented and adorned with those grills, and the Mirador is also characterized by that traditional pattern of paint with the lighter paint and the accent at the base. This graphic is an illustration of the primary facades. You have a lot of material in your packet, and it's all the background related to the contributing status of this house. The Mirador is located in the right-hand portion of this drawing, and the M1 and M2 elevations, which are this picture, the west elevation of the Mirador, as well as the south elevation of the Mirador, those two are considered primary facades. The exception request is for section 14.5.2 D2D to allow an addition that is set back less than 10 feet from the primary facade. And also, my apologies for the typo, 14.5.2 D5A2 to permit the insertion of a window and an elongation of the historic door. So what the applicant is proposing is in the study area, which is at the lowest portion where the existing addition is at this point, that is bermed into the hillside, they're proposing an additional window, and then they're proposing also to elongate the door with material that communicates that that wasn't the original size of the door, but just for accessibility purposes, the owner does not want this step into the space. And also the window with the grids on the right-hand side will be preserved and maintained in place, even though the addition will be behind it. The applicant has a lot of really great graphics that I'm not going to steal their thunder, so I will not illustrate those. They're in your packet. So with reference to the approval criteria, criterion 1 is that it does not damage the character of the historic district, and the applicant has designed the addition to preserve the character defining spaces of the Mirador and will not impact the status and the opinion of staff. Criterion 2 is required to prevent a hardship to the applicant or an injury to the public welfare. The governing body has implemented code to protect health, safety, and welfare of the community, and therefore there is no injury to the public welfare. And so that is a criterion. Hopefully I'm applying it correctly. And criterion 3 is considering the design options to preserve the unique heterogeneous character of the city in addition to the character of this residence, and the design options were considered so as to have a least negative impact to the contributing structure. And therefore, staff recommendation is that it complies with the historic review, historic district design standards. Exception criteria have been met, and the contributing status of the historic building will be preserved, and it complies with the height standard, which is within the permitted height of 16 feet 5 inches. And that concludes the staff presentation.
Heather, questions for Heather? Board members at this time? It appears not. Applicant or applicants, please come forward.
Please raise your right hand and state your name and address for the record.
I'm Ellen Tucker, 226 Los Mañanitas Street, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87501.
You solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Ms. Tucker is sworn in, Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Board.
You have to tell us.
Yes. I just wanted to clarify a few points on the location of the door and the proposed new window. Is it possible to toggle back to the floor plan?
To
The site plan is okay.
site plan? Oh, 1 moment. this the one?
That's great. And so, beginning with the proposed addition of a new window into a primary facade, we are looking at an existing storage space which currently has no windows facing onto the portal. It does have windows that face out onto the north and northeastern facades. This backs up pretty immediately into that ridge top. Additionally, there are several trees there, and so there are very few opportunities for views or especially daylight to enter to the space. I don't know if you were able to look in there on your site visit today, but it's pretty dark in there. And so what we are attempting to achieve with the new window is to improve ventilation to the space as well as improve daylighting to the space. The matter of the door is there is currently a 16-inch height threshold below those wood panel doors. Our client and we are concerned about the height of that step, as this is the egress in and out of that space and the primary entry into the new addition, which will sit adjacent to that existing storeroom. So what we are proposing to do is to lower that threshold and add 2 new door panels below, which will be painted to match the existing door panels. Additionally, we will add new glass doors on the interior, making these historic panel doors function more as shutters instead of as doors. This way, they will not need to be modified in terms of their performance to the new living space. And so they can remain intact. And additionally, should someone decide to bring back that threshold someday in the future, our approach is additive. And so those panels could be removed and the door threshold could be built up again and stuccoed as it currently exists. And then finally, the third exception, as we reviewed that with Heather, there really is no way around the 10-foot setback requirement. And that would reduce our buildable area to virtually nothing. So, thank you.
Thank you very much for expounding on that. You made it quite clear. We were a little lost on in terms of what exactly would be presented this evening because Heather was unable to make the field trip. But this is another really wonderful, great property.
It really is.
You know,
it's magnificent. I'm glad you were able to see it today.
yeah, we went all the way up. It was great. Board members, questions, comments? Questions or comments? Anyone in this audience wishing to comment? It's getting late. Anyone on Zoom?
Yes, Chair Rios, Stephanie Beninatu, previously sworn.
Stephanie Beninatu, excuse me. I really like the idea of how they're going to, or how they're proposing to change the doors to make them more accessible and yet preserve the doors and allow them to be reconstructed. In fact, I think it's a really great example of that type of renovation. I think, however, number 2, it is exactly as Member Bienvenu talked about, where it's not required to prevent a harm to the public. But again, I think that it is that you should approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to assume no more people on Zoom.
That is correct.
Board members, I'm ready for a motion.
If you want to go ahead, okay. So case 2024-8415 HDRB 1041 Camino de Cruz Blanca. I move that findings be entered that all exception criteria have been met for the reasons set forth in the staff report and that the application be approved as submitted.
Either will second.
Roll call vote, please. Gary?
Member Beechite,
Yes.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Benvenu.
Yes.
Carrios, the motion is passed.
Very much, and good luck on the project, and invite us over. Thank you. Next case is located at 528 Jose Street. And I'm going to assume that these poor people that have been waiting are the ones that want to come forward. And this is Gary's case.
Carrios, members of the board. Case number 2024-008417, HDRB, 528 Jose Street. Located at the end of Jose Street, 528 Jose Street, Guest House Building A, approximately 270 feet west of North Guadalupe Street, are the remnants of 20th century family compound that was greatly altered in the 1990s. For the once three separate freestanding buildings are now two, a guest house and a recording studio suite. The former is a modest dwelling with no architectural intent or demonstrations of the traditional construction. Latter, until 1991, was a residence that received a significant renovation, including a large addition, removal of fenestration, and changed parapet heights. A third building was demolished at some point after 1978, perhaps during the 1990s renovation. The guest house, Building A, is assumed to have started as a shed or possibly a dwelling in a one-story adobe structure with a pre-1966 appendage across the west elevation. The older section has a slope roof drainage east, while the addition has mostly a flat roof made primarily of adobe. The status of the studio, Building B, and guest house, Building A, was heard before the Historic District Board on April 9th, 2024. Case number 2024-007992, HDRB. The status was determined to be non-contributing. Now the applicant proposed the following exterior alteration: additions of a 20-square-foot portal on the north facade and entry door, addition of a parapet wall at the north facade to replace an existing metal flashing drip edge, addition of a 25-square-foot heated area at the southwest corner of the building to serve as a mechanical room. The addition is set back from the corner by 42 inches. Replacement of all existing windows with new aluminum clad windows, and addition of a new window opening. Conversion of an existing window opening to a patio door, closing of existing door at west facade, replacement and addition to a new coyote fence, maximum 6 foot in height, as well as replacement of an existing yard gate with new, supported by a masonry pier. Repainting existing trim wood elements with new color, new stucco color, 144 Desert Rose. Staff recommends approval of the proposed project and finds that the application complies with section 14-5.2D general design standards for all historic districts and 14-5.2I West Side Guadalupe Historic District. Stand for question.
Gary, any questions for Gary? None. Applicant or applicants, please get sworn in.
Please raise your right hand and state your name and your address for the record.
Igor Dimitrov,
And my address is 227 East Palace, Suite C.
You solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth, nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please raise your right hand, state your name and address for the record.
Timothy Schmoyer, 1608 Camino de Cruz Blanca, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87505.
You solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Applicants are sworn in, Madam Chair.
Yes. You have something to add to what Gary just told us?
No, just thank you for letting us be heard so late and appreciate you all.
And thank you for your patience.
I don't really have any comments other than I'm here to answer questions if you have.
Any questions for the applicant, board members? Appears they have no questions. Lucky this. Not really. We've still got lots of cases in the past. But anyway, anybody on Zoom?
Jervios, no.
No, and I'm going to assume nobody is there. So no comments. So do I hear a motion?
Make a motion. It seems like a modest and sweet renovation. In case number 2024-008417 HDRB at 528 Jose Street. I move to approve the application as submitted.
May there seconds?
Roll call vote, please.
Jervios, member Bienvenu.
Yes, not just because it's late. That's not the only reason we're going so quickly. It's just a very nice project and easy to approve.
Member Mather.
Yes.
Mather, my apologies. Member Beachai.
Yes.
Chair Rios, the motion has been approved.
Good luck on your project, and I echo his statement.
Thank you, board members. Thank you, Chair Rios and staff.
Anything under discussion items?
Chair Rios, just one thing. I know you probably noticed that the staff report format was different for a couple of our reports. We are trying to provide a staff report that is more consistent with the staff report current planning provides, and also tuning the board into the archaeological districts ordinance, because it is part of historic preservation ordinances for the city. We would like to just provide the information to, it's not that you're going to act on it, but also to illustrate for the public if there's a need for an archaeological study, just to state that. So I would look forward to your, not right now, to your feedback on those staff reports and any improvements that maybe we can make. It would be, suggestions would be appreciated.
Very much. Anything else?
Anything else? No.
Okay, matters from the board. I have something real quick. Member Bienvenu sent out an email requesting copies of the packet for those of us on the board that would want a hard copy. And I can't remember who said it, but they said they were willing to do that. So is that correct? I mean,
Yes. Yes, that is correct. You
That
can
is
get-
correct.
You can get
Okay.
paper copies.
So if any of us on the board are needing or wanting a hard copy of the packet, who do we talk to?
You can talk to me, just email me that you want a
You?
hard copy and
Oh,
I'll
okay.
get it delivered.
Thank you. The other thing is, can somebody please correct that clock? You know why? I'm like, why did she leave so early? She told me she was gonna leave at 9, and then I looked at my watch. Oops. I know we need a tall person or somebody with a ladder. And the third thing is, Xavier, you have a very good voice, and thank you this evening. You did a very nice job. And are you going to be permanent?
I'm just filling in until land use staff has a notary that they can use, Madam.
I'm going to request that you be permanent.
I appreciate your kind words, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
And Xavier is an amazing member of our city clerk staff. and does a lot for organizing everything for all the meetings and the packets and their events. And so he's a pleasure to work with too.
Good. Our next meeting is on Tuesday, June 25th. Heather and everybody, I just need to tell you that I will be out the second week in July. I am going on a little short vacay.
Great.
So I can practice my Espanol.
Muy bien. Gracias.
And he said muy bueno, so I guess I can go.
One quick thing.
Oh, yes, anybody else?
So thank you, Madam Chair. Just, it came up today on our site visit. I thought it was kind of a good point. There was a neighbor that said she wanted to know what was being proposed by, I think it was the house near you. What's the street?
Was on De La Luz.
De La Luz, yeah. Anyway, point being that she had a hard time, she had no idea that anything was posted online. And I thought about it and I thought, you wouldn't really know that any of this was posted online by even going to PrimeGov, let alone just going to the Preservation Division website. Because it doesn't really indicate that the entire packet and everything being submitted is located at that place. And so I'm just wondering if there might be some instructions for the public on the Historic Preservation Division website page on how to get to those public records.
Good point, really.
Useful for people to know. I mean, sometimes I think people don't come here that might have an interest in something going on in the neighborhood. Anyway, that's just a comment. Yes.
Yes, Member Bienvenue. We've been working on making improvements both to the gargantuan signs that you see around town and the historic district's sign. And so Jason Klug and I have been talking about maybe using a QR code so that people can get directly to the website. So, but we have to vet that with our. But yes, that's in the plan and we will put something on the webpage.
Yeah, so that's a great idea, but that would still just take you probably to the Preservation Division page that doesn't necessarily, there is a link, I think, to PrimeGov.
Yes.
But that's pretty confusing once you get to PrimeGov to know, first you need to find this board, and then you need to find the agenda, and then you need to find on the agenda that you click on a specific case, and then you need to figure out that there's a little spot down below where you download where the attachments are, and then you download that, and nowhere along the way does it tell you what those attachments are. Like, this is the packet with the drawings. So I just
Right,
think if
it's
there was a
really
little
noted. And
something.
actually, we had a training today. We're going to be using a new system that's probably more user-friendly than PrimeGov.
Absolutely.
And so we'll be able to, I will, with the QR code, we'll be able to get people to the actual agenda. So hopefully that will be easier. So you don't have, it'll eliminate a couple steps, but then they can just scroll down the agenda and get to the item. So hopefully that will be better if, you know, than what we have and it will improve more. Perfect.
I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Benvenu? Member Mather?
Yes.
Member Beecham? Chair Rios, the motion is passed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, staff, and thank you, board members.